Right, plug me in the game, boss. Yo,
Am I
yo,
in? Am I in
you
the game?
here? I don't know,
All
bro.
right.
Believe it or not, people, I found Will. I found him.
Yeah, finally.
Finally, The Rock has returned to Pennsylvania. Finally, Will has returned to the OnlyMans podcast. Another round of applause, please.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? Yes, we did send out the search party. You know what I mean? We got in contact with the local authorities, trying to locate Will. We couldn't find him. We didn't know where he was. People, you know
The
what I mean?
local
But
authorities said, we don't know where that nigga is. We ain't known that where that nigga was since, I don't know, it's been some time.
it's been a hot minute,
You
man.
know
It's been
where
a
that
hot minute,
nigga
man.
is, fam?
Boy, it's not where Wally, bro. It's where Will at. You know what I mean? Like where Will, bro. You know what I mean?
Man's been in the darkest of jungles, fam. In the
Jeez,
midnight, fam.
man
In
said
the
the
midnight,
darkest
fam.
of jungles. You know, in the
Yeah,
midnight hour.
nah. In the midnight hour, fam. No moonlight, fam. In the
Oh
jungle, fam.
shit.
Deep dark,
Oh
fam. Like
shit.
that, fam.
Aye,
But
Ultra, I
then,
see you tapped in as well. You know what I mean, man? I appreciate you joining us back.
what you saying, fam? Hey.
I found this nigga, Ultra. I found him. You know what I mean? You was there last week and I tell you, I could find this nigga. I found him, Ultra. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And we definitely going to talk about it this week. We definitely going to talk about it. But Will is
Well, I
back.
mean,
For anyone that
have
just
to
tuned
say,
in, yeah.
I just gotta say to our two listeners at the moment, sorry guys for not being here the last couple of weeks. You know what I mean? The best way I can describe it is it's been it's been a bit of a turmoil time in as easiest a way I can describe it without getting too techie with it. It's been turmoilish.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Well, we're definitely glad to have you back. We will definitely get into it. I think we'll definitely get into all of that stuff, to be fair. For everyone that has tuned in, everyone that listening on the stereo app right now, everyone listening on YouTube, all the places you can hear the pod. This is episode 84 of the OnlyMans podcast. I'm not riding solo this week. You know, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. It's the last pod. It's the last pod before the end of 2022. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
I got my guy back. You know what I mean? Fucking. So we in a good space. You know what I mean? I definitely feel if this one was solo, it might have been a 96 Bars of Revenge sort of situation. But we'll never know. We'll never know. You know what I mean? We'll never know. You get me? Oh, but nah. All jokes aside, man. Big up to all the people that tune in each and every week. Big up to everyone that makes the time. Again, whether you listen on the stereo app, whether you listen through YouTube, whatever sort of means or media that you listen to the guys through, we appreciate y'all, man. Make sure you go to the YouTube page and you subscribe to that shit. You know what I mean? The more we can do with that, the more that we can do with that. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Big up to all the people. Episode 84 of the OnlyMans podcast, the last one of 2022, man. Shit. And you know what I was gonna do, but I've just had like bare shit going on. I was gonna go through like the pods of this year, and I was gonna do like not a best of, but I was gonna like rehash some of like the golden moments of the pod over the year, like because there's been a few golden moments. There's definitely been a few golden moments.
There has been some highlight kind of type moments this year.
Yeah. So I think maybe even for like whether it's the YouTube people or you know however we do it, I think that'll be a little cool something to try and put together. So I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna look into that still.
Yeah.
But Will, fucking hell. So let me set the scene. So it's what is it? Maybe 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, the last pod I did. The football was on. I think either England had just been knocked out or Argentina just went through to the final. Can't remember which one. But the World Cup was still going on.
I think it was that England had been knocked out.
That might, yeah, I think that might have been it. To be
that
fair,
was the one.
I think that might have been it. I remember a few days prior to that. Obviously, spoke to my guy. Said, you know what I mean? We're gonna look to do the pod this day. Yeah, you know it's cool.
Yeah.
The day came, and my guy Will was just nowhere to be seen. We couldn't find him. Couldn't locate him. Couldn't get through to him. You know what I mean? So, like any sort of professionals, you know, we've got to keep the show going, as they say. You know what I mean? And yeah, I think after that, there was another episode, because I remember from that episode to the one after that, I couldn't get in contact with you at all in it. Like I got in no contact with you. So I remember the last episode now, obviously I've come back and I just said to the people like, yo, I don't know where this nigga at, bro. I don't have a clue where this nigga at. I hope he alright. I'm a little pissed off at him, but I'd rather be pissed off at him than something really bad have happened, because I don't know. So, you know what I mean? That's I guess the last sort of thing I touch base on with the people and that. And now we hear, well, no, hold on, let me try. Because I want to give you all the material so you can like then say your piece in it. What else did I say? I said potentially, if I'm not able to hear from Will again, then the pod might have to move forward as a solo thing, because, you know what I mean, I can't not hear from my guy and I need to see where he's at. We spoke about that, innit?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
What else? Those are like the main kind of points that I remember sort of covering. But, and this is why I'm so glad these things are recorded, yeah. If you go back and you listen to episode 83, you'll hear a lot of frustration on my part. You'll hear, again, a slight pissed offness. But what you'll also hear is me constantly covering you in love in it. Pause if necessary. Pause if necessary. But what you will hear is
never that fam, never necessary on that fam. That's always nah.
Yeah, now that might sound crazy, and it look covering you in love. Like that might sound wild. You get what I mean? Like, but what I'm saying is, what you'll hear throughout the pod is, despite the frustration, despite any of that sort of stuff, is a constant reiteration that we love you, that I love you, that you my brother, and that we on your side in it. And however, you know what I mean, that shit go, we on your side, and I'm on your side, and that was kind of the ethos. I'm sure that I probably spoke about the blackification, because usually when shit about the pod comes up, that usually finds a way to sneak in there. And apart from that, I think those were the main sort of things that I kind of like addressed in regards to you not being on the episode, man. And I think, again, it might even have been Ultra, to be fair. Like, even left like comments on the YouTube page and shit, you know what I mean? Like, the people that fuck with us, and I appreciate that so much. And because of that, I think. Go on.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why I started off saying my apologies to the people. Do you know what I mean? Although I didn't really like get into it like that and be like, you know, because this.
Oh, well, don't you worry, bro. I am just setting the table for you to get into it. Don't you worry. I'm just putting the knife and fork in the right place, and then I'm going to let you get your shit off in it.
The fish foot goes in the middle, I think.
Exactly, fam. You got to serve from the left, you know what I mean? You serve from the left, you collect the plates from the right, you know what I mean? Like,
you know what I mean?
The dessert spoon doesn't go in the same place as the supper spoon. You know what I mean? All that sort of shit.
Nah, because it's different, fam. Because the soup spoon does a different thing, fam. It's different.
So yeah, man. That was kind of a lot of the address in regards to the, you know, the state and the future of the pod that I did last time. So what I think would be really good is, I'm going to shut the fuck up for a sec, and I'm going to give you the floor to speak to these people who have fucked with you week after week and fucked with us and, you know, give their time and their energy. And I'm going to let you speak to the people then. So however you want to talk, however you want to say it, however, the floor is yours, young sins.
Alright. Man, I mean, goddamn. We've been, I guess the people that I'm talking to right now, it's like we've been rocking together for a long ass time, you know what I mean? And you guys kind of know where usually my head is at and where my spirit bees at, you know what I mean? And I feel like for those people that really do understand and like have really actually been like listening and being part of the thing, it's like, yeah, the best way I can describe what happened to me in the absence is that I fell into a blackness. And not like a blackness like, oh yeah, like black people were like, oh, all that shit. That's stupid. And we're like beyond that. You know what I'm saying? I fell into a void to the point where even like I don't know how to explain. It's like I don't want to like bring people where I was at, if that makes sense. So I kind of just reclused for a sec because I was going through, like I said at the beginning of the pod, I was going through a midnight. Like people go through I don't know what they call it, the dark night of the soul or whatever, or the dark night of the whatever it is, the wording is. Yeah, it was midnight, fam. And like I'm realizing, like, bro, all the shit that's like impacting you like this and like having you being in a space like this has nothing to do with you, fam. Like you taking on other people's shit. Like as much as you might want to help everybody and like be, you know what I mean, everybody's like support system or whatever. It's like, look what it's doing to you, fam. It's tearing you away from like everyone that's your support system. And it's removing you from the things even that have nutrients for you. Do you know what I mean? So at some point, it had to just be a choice of like being like, yo, it's either me or like it's all this other shit. And like, I feel like I'm a little bit more important than all this other shit. You know what I mean? So, uh, yeah, from my absences, I ended up being like so basically like at the work where I work. Yeah, they send you jobs and you accept or you don't. I just didn't accept. Like, yeah, I mean, everything else is gonna be everything else, like all the other shit. You're gonna have to connect the dots some other kind of way so that everything is like all on time and shit. But it's like I'd rather that than what it was before. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather like just have that time to just be on my own, even if it is only for like a couple of days, 3, 4, 5. Like, yeah, just to have that time for, and I think like having that time has definitely like done a lot for me in the sense that like it's, in my head I'm a lot more clear. I'm not I'm not naive enough to say that like, oh yeah, like I've crystallized the vision and I could definitely see and like then because like it's not really that. It's like I can at least see the next step in front of me. Do you know what I mean? and I can kind of see what it's going to take for me to take that next step. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So whilst I'm very apologetic for my absence, and I feel very, I don't know what the word would be, like like the proper word. I feel I feel much remorse for not being around,
Mm.
but then at the same time, if if I was on those shows, it would it would have it would have made both of us look bad in the sense that like I probably would have just like been loaded, like more drunk than I am now. Like right now, we just like chilling, sitting around, having a good time or whatever.
Mm.
Or we were before I stepped out to have a little walk around and shit. But it's like we was just like we were talking about like maybe like some business moves or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We just chilling.
Yeah.
Them niggas chilling, trying to sharpen each other iron, sharpens iron and shit. But like in that time, yeah, it would have been like, yeah, you know what I'm like when I'm on my shit.
Yeah. No, absolutely, bro.
Yeah, it would have
Yeah.
been like that, like but worse than you ever seen, fam, or
Right. Right.
experience. I was
Because it would have
like,
been
yeah,
like
we was
trying to cope, like load up to try and get through the episode while you're dealing with whatever the
because
fuck.
I'm trying to figure out, like, yo, why is it that I'm so disconnected to all my shit like this? And
Yeah.
at the same time, I'm spending time, and I love my guys. You know what I mean? That's my peoples and shit. But I'm spending so much time with these men, and like we're so different, fam. Like
Yeah.
the way that they work and the way that I work is so different, fam. Even
Yeah.
like the shit that they like place values on is so different to me, fam.
Mm.
But
Mm.
then like because there's more of them than there is of me, I find myself like then kind of, I don't know, like acquiescing to like their shit. And it's
Yeah.
like, man, I look back and it's like since fucking, I don't know, like since like 2 months ago, I ain't even like recorded a track more. And it's like,
Yeah.
that's not even, like my life doesn't even go like that, fam. Ever since I
Yeah.
was like 15, fam. And I've gone past the 25 and I'm to the 30 now, fam. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Mm.
this is the first time where, like, bro, I sit in front of my shit,
And nothing.
nothing.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
in all that time, this has never been a thing. But then I got to the root of the shit,
Mm.
and it's really because I developed like a little fear of like doing my best shit, as it were. Because like,
What do you mean? What do
well,
you mean?
when I say I developed it, I'm also developed a fear for, I don't know, like doing shit that's like, oh, it will leave you a bit vulnerable, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
And then, man, I mean, it's a whole nother story, but yeah, music, or my music in particular, played a part in another situation, and it just kind of gave the whole thing like a sour taste. Do you know what I
Mm.
mean? It's like, yeah, I can make cool songs and shit, but I can't really say what I'm trying to say because like the next time it'll be the same way. And you know what I'm
Mm.
saying? It's like a bitter, salty taste about the whole thing. And
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like still kind of like working through that shit, but I realized like that shit that shit had been part of me since before everything else. Do you know what I mean? Everything else came like secondary or as part of,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? In light of or in spite of. But it's always been the music. So like, yeah, I don't know. It's been a proper like weird time for me. But me
Yeah.
having them couple of days where it's just me and I'm just there by myself. I even like didn't drink that much, or you know what I'm saying. I didn't really have smoke, so I didn't really smoke that much as well at the
Yeah.
same time. So it just like allowed me to kind of start attacking the roots of the thing. Do you know what I mean? It's like it took for me to be on my own for a sec, for
Yeah.
me to realize like you know, the real reason why you like not really on this thing is because like the last time you thought that you had just some shit that was gonna like, you know, leave you out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit didn't go so good, fam.
Right. Right.
So
Right.
you
Right.
should I don't know, because if you can't be fully like open with this thing, what you gonna do? Just keep pretending. You can't pretend in this thing. You gotta
Yeah.
like be fully it, fam. So I don't know. Maybe it's just like a love like a love hurt, I guess, over
Yeah. Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
But then it's like it's linked to the music. So it yeah, it's fucked up like that, fam. But then the music is deeper than all that shit. To me, it's bigger than that. So even as much as I can't like do nothing, I still be like, yeah, I'm be all that's man doing my thing, cause it's just way of life in this. It's not like a choice. I didn't choose to like be able to do this shit. I can just do the shit. You know what I mean? I didn't be like, oh yeah, hey God, check it out. So let me be a rap guy. You know, and then it just went like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I went a bit off tangent.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Again, I think because one thing that not just myself, but I feel like we've done with the podcast is try to keep it a bean as much as possible. I know
Yeah,
sometimes when there are situations involving, other people and stuff, you try and have respect and, you
yeah.
don't
You try not
go
to.
off
Yeah,
them.
you try not to like.
But at the same time, like we obviously try and keep it a stack, you know what I mean? And so I think
Yeah,
that it would have been weird for us to come and start the pod and just carry on as though like there's not been like these absences or any of these sort of things voiced on the podcast in it. So rather than
I'm not
me
true.
explaining on your behalf, like it was more so like you just talk to the people, you know what I mean? The people
Mm,
that are here to hear it. And what I will say, man, what I will definitely say is despite what has been said in the past by people, this
mm.
is a very safe space. At least I choose to use it as such. If yourself or
Yeah,
anyone else choose to use it as such. I've come on this pod and talked about feeling like I'm having a breakdown. I've come on this pod, talked about like feeling like fucking my life is like, you know what I mean? Whenever,
yeah.
and I know that people approach things differently. So I'm not even trying to say, oh, you should do it like this. Like I'm not doing that. I'm just saying the reason that I do that is because one, believe it or not, when you allow yourself to be vulnerable, like I don't just want to say people fuck with it. That's too like surface. It's like people connect to real shit, again, our guy Ultra listening now, big up to you, big love to you, bro. Like a nigga like Ultra who plenty times has left his voice notes and be like, yeah, you man are wrong, bro. Like I don't agree with you niggas at all, fam. Like the thing that would keep someone like that coming back is real niggas just having real honest conversations, even if it doesn't put you in the best light all the time, because I think there is something beautiful about that vulnerability that you speak about. It's very uncomfortable at first. It's very uncomfortable because you almost feel like you're standing naked in front of the fucking school or something. Do you get what I mean? Like it's like very exposing. But when you kind of start to do it and you start to realize like, oh shit, like there's other people in the world that feel these kind of things. King Metro Maroon, respect for following, bro. I appreciate that. Make sure you follow Will on the thing as well. Subscribe to the YouTube page. But I find when I sort of discuss some of these topics and shit on the pod, it tends to be a thing where a lot of people will chime in and be like, yeah, bro, you know, I felt this way. And do you remember the episode where I was talking about, like, I felt like I'm having a fucking midlife crisis, like I'm having an actual breakdown and shit. And the guy came on the thing and he was like, bro, listen, like, start looking at your diet and shit, bro. Start looking at the things that you're eating and that, because do you get what I mean? It's like,
Your man's name, fam. I forgot. How could I forget man's name, fam?
yeah, I can't remember, man, but big up to the brother still. But it's like
King setting. I saw it was like King setting. No.
I can't. I won't even pretend to be able to remember.
Yeah.
But it's like things where when you're going through something, like, because that's an aspect that I wouldn't even have like considered in my mind. It's just like, bro, you're going through this thing. You feel this way, like it fucking feels like you failed, bro. You know what I mean? And when people are able to hear those stories and interject those things, I feel like you can't get the help that you're looking for if you don't admit that you need the help that you're looking for. You know what I mean? That's something that I've really been deep in a lot this latter part of 2022. You were speaking about music before, and even in regards to like, you know, music shit and stuff like that. Like, I look back at the things that I've done. I look back at the things that I look at the things I want to do and stuff. And again, there's a point where you're like, you know what? Like, I realize that I fall short in this area. You know what I mean? And it's okay. It's all right. But there are people around that love that can help. So ask for the help that you need. You know what I mean? Ask, because the people that love you will help you as much as they can. And I know it's not always for the people around you to help. I know that's not always the case. But
I'm a Taurus, bro.
I know, bro.
We have difficult times being like, yo, help me. Because, you know.
Nah, I get it, man. I get it, man.
Yeah. We got like a thing. Everyone calls it stubborn, but I don't think it's stubborn. I just think we got like a
It
thing.
manifests as stubbornness, but it doesn't come from stubbornness.
But it's not really that. It's like, I'll take your help if you can help me. Please help me, fam. But then more times, like, I don't know, like you trying to help me with the solution I already thought about. I already visualized that shit. That shit ain't gonna help me, fam. So now I look stubborn. But then, you know what I mean? I'll take help if you can help me. Yeah, I'll take it, fam. But goddamn.
But in the same way, if people don't know that you need it, you know what I mean? They sometimes want things. So yeah, man, I won't pretend that I don't understand. I definitely won't pretend that I don't get it, man. What I do want to do, though, what I do want to say, and again, we put it on the airwaves, the same way we used to have the production meetings on the air and shit, like full transparency in it. I would like to implement something where the two of us have an extra level of responsibility. So the thought that I had, and obviously we'll start from like fresh and shit, but my thing, I want the pod to have a 3-strike rule. And what I mean by that is either myself or yourself. If niggas just don't show up for the pod, no word, no conversation, or nothing, niggas is just, they're supposed to be there and they're not. That's 1 strike. And if anybody get 3 strikes in, what's a decent amount of time? A year? I think that's more than fair. If anybody any of us get 3 strikes within a year, we out, bro. We out. Like the white boy had to be out. You know what I mean? Like we out, fam. And not because it's like a game of Monopoly and you're trying to collect everybody else's pieces on the board, but more so because I think that there has to be a certain level of care and responsibility when you're trying to build something. There has to be a certain level of investment, meaning like with work and shit, if they tell you that you start at this time, you through hell and high water, you try and get there for that time.
You gonna make it at that time, yeah, true.
There's a level of importance for that to you in your life. And I think for anything to grow, for anything to become better, for anything to become more prosperous and fruitful, you have to have the same or at least a similar level of commitment to it. And
at least,
again, the same thing that I had said to Homeboy when all that shit went down is like, you not out because you saying all this wild shit to me. Like, niggas have said wild shit to me my whole life, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that, but it's just the fact that you so easily threw this away. You so easily said, like, this is done and this is over. And, like, you so easily dashed it that you clearly don't value this thing the way that I value it. Because I tell you this, again, the last week, I was annoyed at you, bro. Like, we spoke about this. I've told you all this shit. You know how I give it up. I'm never going to say anything about you that I would never say to you. You know how I give it up in it. But my thing would never be like, oh, well, fuck the this and fuck the part and fuck. Because to me, this means too much to me. And, bro, even if my nigga, this shit don't get no listeners and no views and no one subscribed to nothing, I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it because I feel like this is a safe space where man can really...
Because at least if you can say something, then you can say something.
It's something that we own where you have an opportunity to actually speak on whatever the fuck you want to speak on. You know what I mean? And for me, it's an important thing. And I don't ever want to do anything with anybody that doesn't value the thing the way that I value it. We don't have to have the same goals or the same concept or perspective, but if we don't put an equal share of care into this thing, then wagwan, you know what I mean? And like that's really what it is for me. Through frustrations, through any shit that happens, bro. To me, as long as you give a fuck and I give a fuck, bro, we can sort it out on pod. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, brother, before the blackification, if Homie had come with all of that shit on the pod, it would have been fucking gold, bro. We would have gone clear, fam. And we could have hashed the whole thing out, bro. As pretty or as ugly as it could have got, bro, we could have done it all on the pod because I'm about the transparency, bro. I'm about it, fam. I don't give a fuck in it. So, yeah, that's something I do want to implement. I do want to implement a 3-strike rule because... One, everybody has to give a fuck. This isn't just aimed at you. This is for me as well, bro. And what I do want to say, and again, I'll refer back to Will, and Will can tell y'all if I'm lying. And Will, if I'm lying, please tell them I'm lying. Please do.
You're lying.
But,
no, I'm joking. Nah, but go on.
He lied. What was that flex to? He lied.
Yeah.
Hey, nobody want to tell the truth.
All that.
Oh shit, man. Nah,
but sorry, go ahead.
Nah, it's cool, bro. Whenever you and I are in any sort of endeavors, whether it's the pod, whether it's music shit, recording shit, mixing shit, promo shit, merch shit, fucking any sort of business that we've done together, right? I always approach you in love first, meaning you my brethren first, and I love you, but also you're a business entity that my business entity wants to do business with. And so whenever things happen, what do I always say, bro? Listen, if anything comes up, if there's, you know what I mean, there's shit going on or whatever, even if you don't want to get into no shit with me or nothing like that, all I need to do is just make me aware, bro. Just don't leave me in the dark, innit? Just don't leave me hanging. So, because like you say, at the end of the day, life can throw curveballs in it. You never know what's around the corner. Some shit might really go left, you know, God forbid.
Yeah.
And it may be a thing where I'm talking all this shit now, bro, and then next week I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm not in a space to do this pod. But the difference is I would want to at least give you the opportunity to know that, so you know how you want to operate, you know what I mean, how you want to kind of thing moving forward. And I think that we both definitely have to, one, give that respect to one another as two equal parties in this enterprise that we have, but also like the respect to the enterprise itself, to the platform itself, to the people that take the fucking time to go on their stereo app and make sure they got good signal and shit and listen to us pontificate about whatever it might be for like 4+ hours. Do you get what I mean? Niggas that would give you hours of their time on a weekly continuous basis. Like, to me, even if it just one nigga, bro, I have to give you that respect because you doing that with just something that man have made from nothing. It's out of thin air. We created something, and now there are people that fuck with it. Like,
and there's people that actually fuck with the shit.
you know what I mean? To me, it's the same thing as like the music and shit. It's like when you start to do stuff and the time you spend in the studio, all this sort of shit, and then you go and perform it, or you release some shit, or you see people buy shit on iTunes, or you check your metrics and people listening to it over here or over there, and niggas message you like, oh shit, I love this track, or whatever the fuck. Like, even if it just one person, bro, that shit touches, and it was fucking worth it, innit? And I have to treat that shit like that every time, whether it's 1 or 1 million. Because as long as I treat it like it's worth it every time, then it will always attract the people it needs to attract, i.e. the pod. Do you get what I mean? Like, that's the way I try to look at the shit. Because, bro, I'll tell you, fam, there's some weeks it's becoming like up to like an hour away from the start of the pod, and I'll be like, yo, I am fucking tired, fam. I could just so not do this pod right now. I could just go to sleep, and the sleep would be so sweet. But there are motherfuckers who take the time out of their day and their lives with all the stresses and things that life brings to just listen to niggas talk for whatever it might be, whether it's just an escape, whether it's just something to have on in the background, whether people are literally eating our every word, whatever it might be. There are motherfuckers who take the time every week to listen to the shit. And it's almost like a public service sort of thing, bro. It's like, you gotta do that, fam. When there's a fire and shit, the fireman can't tell you like, yo, bro, I've been working like all day, you know, bro. Like, man, I'm mad tired, you know.
I don't know.
Yo, it's not even like a big fire, you know, but swear down, like it's just your toaster. I tell you what, yeah, just get some water, bro, and just dash the water on it in it, like, yo, just put it out, fam. Like, I don't even need to come, Jarno. I don't even need to be there, bro. Like, you can literally just, trust me, wallahi, fam, trust me. Just listen, yeah, just get some water. Like,
wallahi, fam.
Wallah, bro, I don't need to come for, you know what I mean? Like, imagine the fireman talking to you like that on the phone, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck, my nigga, if it's just the smallest of fires, bro. Because that's what you're here to do, bro. And to me, it's a similar concept, man. It's like, I feel that for whether we come on the stereo app and have fucking 20, 30, 40 odd people listening at a time, whether we come in here and no one's listening, bro. Because sometimes niggas will listen back to the YouTube shit. It's like, whatever it might be, I try to just treat this thing with as much respect as I can. And, you know what I mean? It's like, bro, sowing seeds, fam. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's that shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, even though the seed may not yield anything in the first week or 2 weeks, you can't just be like, oh, well, fuck. Bro, remember the guy that left the thing about that?
Do you know how long it takes to grow avocado trees, fam? Takes
years, bro.
Time, fam.
Years, bro.
Like a decade, fam. Before
it starts
doing its thing properly and doing avocado fruits and shit, fam. Yeah, you looking a long time, fam.
But it's like if you neglect the seed or you don't respect that seed during that time, then it will never yield to anything, bro. The seed will just die. Do you get what I mean?
That one.
So it's like, yeah, man, I just feel there's definitely, you get out what you put in. You know what I mean? You ultimately you get out what you put in, man. And I anything that I do, especially that I do with like my closest of friends, I will always try and give as much as I can give because I give a fuck and I give a fuck about the people involved, from the people that listen to the people that talk to whatever. Like I give a fuck about this thing like a
Yeah,
lot more than maybe I expected to. And not that I didn't expect to, but just I don't know, it's
yeah,
weird.
just
It's like having a
I
kid.
know.
It's weird, isn't it? Like it's a
And
weird
yeah, like
thing.
because you're not like expecting to have all the pride and all that other shit. You're just like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be cool. Yeah, we're gonna do all this stuff. And then
Yeah.
yeah, the pride comes into it, and then like things start happening and start growing and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh yeah, a little bit of the ego creeps in and being like, oh yeah, this is the shit right here, fam, as it
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
then like, before you know it, you're like, well into the thing more than you thought. Like, shit, yeah, you get like that.
Exactly. Exactly, man. And that's
Most
why,
things.
yeah, yeah, with most things. And that's the thing. It's just, yeah, man. I think we have to always respect the platform, man. It's go
For
big or
real.
go home sort of shit. Do you get what I mean? We have to always respect the
Yeah,
platform. I mean, so big up to the OM conglomerate. You know what I mean? The OM family all around the board, man. It's yeah,
yeah.
we give a fuck.
I wish I had buttons I could walk around with. I'd be pressing them right now.
I'm telling you, bro. I was talking about it last week, but I was saying like if a future should ever present itself where Will say didn't do the pod and shit, I was saying I potentially might have to move away from the stereo up because the integration, man, like there's just certain things that like what I said, a soundboard, bro. At this point, they
Yeah,
should have a soundboard on this shit, fam. They should have shit where you
at
can.
least or something like that.
They should have
Damn,
like
y'all
some
niggas got
kind
the
of even like a
broadcast
desktop version or bro. There's just
or
so many things
something.
they could integrate with the thing, man, and it's just they haven't. You know what I mean? So, but nah, as long as it's the two of us, and you know, if we don't figure out, or as long as we haven't figured out the way to record in person, then stereo, we're gonna keep y'all alive. You know what I mean? We're gonna keep this fucking app out of the
Yeah,
grave.
don't worry about
You get?
that. Y'all gonna live as long as we out here.
Yeah, trust me, trust me, trust
Y'all
me, trust
better
me.
endeavor to keep us out here as long as you can, fam. Keep that signal going, you know what I'm saying? We gonna
Oh
always
shit!
be here, fam.
Exactly, exactly,
Y'all
exactly.
niggas start fucking with the signal and shit. Yeah, now we might have to be out of here, fam.
Yeah, man,
Find
you
some
gotta
other
fix it.
shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gotta fix it, man. You gotta fix it. You gotta fix
That
it.
one there, fam.
But now, Will, thank you for speaking to the people. People, Will is back. He's here again.
I'm
If you
here,
just tuned,
man.
we found this motherfucker. We found him.
Or, or maybe I found me. Who knows? I don't know.
Or
Maybe
maybe he found us.
somewhere in
Ooh.
between.
Bars, nigga. Bars, nigga. I said, yo, check it out. Let me
Say
rap. Let me
it.
rap.
Hold on. Let me work. Let me work. I said, slow it down.
Or you want me to run it back? You want me to run it back? I
Slow it.
said,
Nah, because it's slow it down. Run it
slow
back to
it
slow
down.
it down.
Oh, the battle
Yeah,
rap.
man.
Okay,
Yeah, the
hell.
battle rap thing is a mad thing. I was watching a couple of clips before. I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, like, bro, like, this is the last art form that is left here where man can legit, like, say anything. Because
Yeah,
I was
yeah, yeah,
watching a
yeah,
battle
yeah.
between, like, a white geezer and this other black geezer. And, like, as long as, you know what I'm saying, you keep it, it's still one of those, you got to keep it in the lines, but you can say some outrageous shit. You know what I mean? Like, you do some
If
outrageous
you're
shit.
clever enough to find a dope way to say some crazy shit, you can do it in
And
battle rap. Like you could say
And
anything you want as long as you say it in a
that
dope
one,
way.
fam.
You know what I
That
mean? The
one.
way you say it is sick and shit. Like you can get it off. You
Right.
know what I mean?
I
I
was watching.
go on,
Sorry,
go on, go on, go on.
I was watching one of them clips and just thinking to myself, like, bro, people can't talk like that in real life. Even in real life, you can't even say that to somebody just like in passing. You
Yeah,
gotta be
legit.
in a setting like this with all this shit happening for you to
Yeah,
like be able to say this. Because if you said this just randomly, oh yeah, nah, it's curtains, fam.
yeah.
For you and everything you stand for is curtains, fam.
It's a long day in it. It's a long day to say the least.
And a long night and a long week after that, fam.
Yeah, legit, legit. See what's mad about like a lot of the battle rap shit though, man, is like obviously again we'll speak about music briefly. Like as someone who like, you know, you rhyme, you rap, whatever, like shit like that. The way that some of these guys put these punches together and these schemes together,
Oh, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane, fam.
it's like a kid
Like
in a candy
sometimes
shop sort of feeling I get when I just like listen to the way that
in
some
it,
of these man just scheme some shit up and just like the shit it's
it's
as someone
it's
who
almost
raps, it's just very nice to hear that shit sometimes, isn't it? Like,
it's almost like how would you even describe that shit, yo? It's like hearing, like to me, it feels like hearing rap for the first time. I mean,
I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean.
and it's
It's a
like,
lot closer to essence in it. Like,
yeah, it's like the the roots that we came from, I guess, as like lyricists or like pen wielders.
yeah,
It's like it was that, fam. It was like I'm trying to like stay on this mic longer than all you niggas, fam. So if
yeah,
all
yeah,
y'all
yeah.
niggas only got 16 bar, I got 64 bar for your ass cut, fam, and it's
And I'll
landing
bust it
every
down to
bar, fam.
16 if I have to, bro.
Yeah,
And I'll
yeah.
spit one at
Nah,
all you want. Like, yeah.
I won't even bust it down to a 60, fam. I'll do that 64, yeah, and I'll carry on, fam, until someone taps me on the shoulder and say, yo, hey, yo, hey, yo. You know what I
And
mean? Like that,
even
fam.
then, if I'm in a zone,
Yeah,
like
let
you
me
might have to keep
finish,
tapping
fam.
in
Let
it.
me finish real quick.
I
You
said,
know what
let
I'm
me
saying?
rap, let me work. You know what I mean? Let me work, bro. You get me? You're on mute. I don't know if you meant to be on mute or not,
Sorry,
bro.
yeah, sorry. It's funny because we came from like a different kind of climate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
We came from some other shit, fam. All
yeah.
these kids nowadays trying to like get on like this music thing or whatever. It's like, cool. You know what I mean? But like, you don't even really know the essence of this shit. Like, you just doing this shit because like you heard it make a bit of peas or whatever, or it look cool or some shit. Some kids do get into it for the essence of it, but I feel like they don't get the chance to really be immersed in it like the way that we were. Do you know what I mean?
You know what
Like
I think it is? Oh, sorry, I cut you. Go on, bro. Sorry.
I'm gonna say they like immersed in their culture. Do you know what I mean? Like their thing is like what's popping now, but like our thing was like, nah, this is what we doing, and like whether y'all like it or not, this is gonna be the popping thing. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a different kind of atmosphere these days, fam.
Mm. You know what I think it is? It's like
Mm.
we came up, like say, we came up in a time where it was about being the sickest MC. Like that's what it was actually about.
Yeah,
There wasn't like a money thing or you know what I mean, like any of that sort of shit. We came up in
because
a
niggas
time
weren't even
where
really making money like that.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like
Only
we
the
came up in a
drug
time
dealers
where
and all
it
them
was
niggas was making peas, fam.
yeah, yeah, and you had to go pop or something to really make bread like that. Do you get what I mean? And then once you pop, you're
Mm.
not this. But it's like we come up in a time where the niggas around you, like the people who you would kind of, I guess, seek that level of validation from, your peers, if you will. The thing that validated you is what you did to that microphone. It wasn't about how much your
we
fit
didn't care
cost.
about,
It wasn't
you
about
know what I
how many
mean?
bitches you
Yeah,
had. It wasn't about
yeah,
your
that's
bread.
cool and
It
shit.
wasn't about any of that shit. It's about what you do behind that microphone. Ghetts, when he
Yeah,
was
all that
ghetto,
fam.
one of the ugliest rappers of all time when he was
See?
ghetto, with
Because
his
his
book two,
teeth was
and he,
still looking all
because
different
he was in the hood,
directions and
fam.
shit.
He was ghetto in it. Like,
Yeah,
this is long before Ghetts,
yeah,
bro. He was ghetto in
yeah,
it. And
yeah.
this would, man, you remember them videos from, like, you can still see them on YouTube of all them man back in the
Yeah,
day.
from the
And
video of, remember the iconicest one where it was like, oh, these man know about Stunner and them man know about me. Stunner and them man, us Stunner man fam. Man's a bad boy in prison, bro. Yeah,
I was a
gets,
bad boy
bro.
in jail.
Yeah,
Ask
that one
Carlos.
fam.
Ask
Yeah,
Carlos,
yeah.
fam. I was a bad boy.
Carlos, yeah, see, where's Carlos so we can ask him, like, actually for real, like, or was he actually a bad boy in
That's when he
jail,
was
fam?
battling Bashy in it. He was battling
Yeah,
Bashy then. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I remember that
That's
because I
what I
used to rock
mean.
with
It's
Bashy
like
heavy back in the day. I thought Bashy
that
was sick. You know what I mean?
that far back. Did you think
Yeah.
that he beat Ghetts though? Because I didn't.
Um,
I didn't. I
because of
didn't
the,
think
the
that he
the
won that
culturally
battle. Fam.
iconic time and thing that happened, like the Ask Carlos thing, like Gets wins because of Ask Carlos. Like
Nah,
you
but not even
impacted
just
culture.
because
You
of
know what I
us
mean?
Carlos though. Fam. Not. Alright, if we take it back objectively, yeah, and remove the moment itself and remove the two characters here, and we just look at performance. Bro, your boy has not let up since then, fam. Ever since, fam. Like anytime that you be like, oh yeah, Gets went in, yeah. Oh yeah, Gets is something else. Like that's the same guy that was versing against Bashy, fam. All them years ago, fam.
What I'll say.
Bashy couldn't do nothing with man, fam. Man was like, he was like, who was the geezer that was against Mbappe, fam? Yeah, he couldn't do nothing, bro. Nothing he could do, fam.
You see,
Yeah, he
the
cool and
thing
shit.
with
He
it is
talented. He
like,
got a name, but yeah,
if you're
he
going
gets
off performance, then Gets will
uh,
always win. If you're basing it on
F.
performance, like Gets will beat anybody because the way he raps, like it's an energy thing in it. Like even
Mm,
the speed of how he raps and shit, he raps like double time flow, like constantly. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
when he raps like a single normal time flow, it sounds like he's speaking slow, like gigs, because he usually is just so rapid fire with the shit. And so in
that
tandem
part.
with that, when he performs that shit, it's high energy, it's that sort of shit. So
Hmm.
if you're speaking about performance, then yeah, Ghetto
No,
gets definitely one.
not in,
If you're
not
talking about
in the sense
bars,
of,
if you're
not in the
talking
sense
about the
of
actual
performance
bars,
like that, yeah. But I just mean like in, like, okay, fine. There's like bars and there's delivery and all that other shit. But I'm talking about like when I'm saying performance, yeah, I'm talking about like how all that shit is laid out. Do you know what I mean? And like if you go and listen back to that shit, yeah, Bashy, he done all right, fam. He done all right, fam. But in that instance here, Gets was just Gets, fam, and Gets goes in every, bro. The nigga does not miss, fam. Not one time ever been like, nah, he missed that time. Like it's just Gets in it. But Bashi was alright. He was
you
alright
know what?
in that
The
battle
reason why
between
I
them two.
like
He was alright.
have a difference of opinion is,
Uh,
and again, maybe it's bias because I was big into Bashi in it.
right.
I feel like in the raps, Bashy had more raps actually dissing Gets. I feel like Gets's bars were like, I don't want to say generic 16s and all that sort of shit, because, well, like 64s really, but I felt like his bars were less
Yeah.
actually about Bashy than Bashy's bars were about him. Like Bashy talked about his book Tea, Bashy talked about him in Eat. Like Bashy just said a lot actually to and
Yeah.
about
I
him.
mean,
You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. But it's like gets gets. I don't know. Maybe it's just me looking back with my bias and being like, yeah, Ghetts is something else, fam. But it's like, you look back at that shit and like with the last time I watched it, I was like, wow, Ghetts like done laundry on man, fam. You know what I mean?
But what happened with what happened?
What's
What's the latest news? What's the
what's
latest? I heard.
Hold on, let's just see if there's any sort of
you
YouTube copyright
putting
on
there?
this.
Yeah, there's gonna be hella copyrights, fam. You know it's gonna be.
Ah, fuck it all. Stormzy, this motherfucker. Oh, did he
Stormzy?
sample it? It says Bad Boys
What?
featuring Ghetts and J-Host
Yeah,
Stormzy.
there you go, fam.
He
Yeah, there
sampled it.
you go.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Ah,
Nah,
fuck's sake.
come on. I
See,
mean, I don't know, cause that to me, yeah, that was like so I don't know, maybe, no,
but
I
see,
don't know.
you know what's funny though, Will? This is
Mm.
exactly the difference that we're talking about when you speak about music in it. We came up in a time where you slapped on a beat and just did what you did. Like we lived and
And
existed more in
if you're
tandem
not
with the shit.
good, put that shit down and let someone else who actually
Yeah, like
handle that shit. Because all
yeah,
I time
like
to be hearing bullshit from.
yeah, like
Yeah.
we in the time now where you have to go on YouTube and see if anybody's got like a copyright strike on this or that, or you can't play this on this platform. Like music has
Yeah,
become,
it's
it's
different
like
now.
football in a sense, in it, where how football has just become such of like a monetary business. And you know, a lot of people argue that the politics and shit in football ruins a lot of the game. It's a
Mm.
similar thing in music, in it. It's like because it's become such a monetary business, like a lot of those things, it interrupts the essence of the shit. Where I can't just pull up a classic UK fucking rap, grime, whatever you want to
Battle.
call it,
It's not
moment battle,
like
where
that's the
like
wickedest thing. It's not even like it's a music video or nothing like that. It's like two niggas freestyling. Fam.
yeah. But now somebody figured out a way to monetize that. That
Yeah,
you know
so you
what?
can't
In a
be out
nutshell,
here,
bro,
fam.
we existed or came up in a generation of music before monetization, and before people say, "Well, the record labels," yes, all of that was still in play. I know, but what I mean by monetization is this new era of monetization where monetization directly affects a consumer. You know what I mean?
That
Where
part.
like you can't just do the shit now. There's so many steps in doing the shit. Meaning, if
Them,
you never
them
rapped and you want
limelight.
to become a rapper, once upon a time, you could just jump on a beat, rap on it, put that shit out, and if it fire, niggas will fuck with it.
That part. And then if it's
As
not,
dumb as that
then well,
sounds, you know what I mean?
you better go again.
Yeah,
If
and
it's
just
not
because
good,
you
you
think it's
go
fire,
again.
don't make it fire. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You can think
nah,
it's
it
fire,
doesn't work like that, fam.
but the people gotta fuck with it.
plenty,
But
and
if they fucked
plenty
with it,
times I done thought I had some fire, fam, but then it
yeah,
turns out
bro.
like,
But that's how you learn, because it was honest like that back then. It was
mm,
just you would get the reaction or you wouldn't get the reaction. Do you get what I mean? Like niggas would
that,
fuck with it on that, and because people weren't looking for the clout bars and all that sort of shit, like people were genuinely in it for the bars. If you said
mm,
something hard, man would be like, "Yeah, that was hard, bro." And if you didn't,
yeah.
they wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like whereas
Do you
now,
know like what? Do you know like one of my sorry? Do you know what
mm,
like one of my earliest music memories? Yeah, I
mm,
remember this one time. It was like maybe like a couple months after I recorded like the first thing I ever recorded. Yeah, I was chilling with this geezer. Yeah, and his old man like used to live in Liverpool, innit? So he like go to
mm,
Liverpool and shit sometimes and like kick it over there with his homies and shit. And then one time we chilling. It was me, him, and a couple bunch of other people. And he's like, "Yeah, you know what? I was in Liverpool, fan." Because obviously we all knew, like, oh yeah, man goes to Liverpool from time to time, and just like whatever, just kicks it, whatever, like into the, and like, boom. I was in Liverpool one time, and like one of my friends, one of my brethren was like, "Yo, you should listen to this guy, fam." Started playing this track, and it was evil, and I was like, "Huh?" It was me, fam. What do you mean it was me, fam? And he was like, yeah, yeah. It was like, I won't mention the track because it's one of them tracks where, in fact, I'm pretty sure I said on the pod, like, if you ever find this track, yeah, I'll send you peas, fam. I actually will, like, get in touch with me, send me the link, yeah, and I'll send you peas, fam. If you find it, he says, yeah, it's a that thing, fam. So I won't mention the name on the pod. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
But
can't give
yeah,
them
man
the,
was like,
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah, and I was like, what? That same tune there? He was like, yeah, yeah, that same one, bro. Man said, yo, check it out, bro. There's some geezer from like somewhere around here. I was like, swear down, fam. And I'm
That's
not
what.
from anywhere near there, fam.
Yeah, that's mad. And obviously you're not expecting to hear yourself when you guys saying this, innit? Like,
Nah, at all, bro. At all, fam. And then he was like, yeah, it was you, bro. I was like, what? Me? What? I recorded this a couple months ago. How could they have already got to Liverpool, fam? How would them man know? But then,
yeah, like it's just mad how the music can travel like that. You know what I mean? Like this shit's crazy, man. I remember one time I was in sixth form in it. So how old are you in sixth form? Like 16? Something like that, innit?
yeah, 16, 17, somewhere, 16, not 16.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It was the first year. And
Mm.
I didn't go to the same sixth form as the high school I went to. I went to like a different one in it. Like me and like my brethren and shit, we all decided to link up at this other sixth form and that. So we're there, and again, this is early doors where like even the idea of like having music based courses that students can do is like a new concept in it.
Yeah.
So I think I spoke about this on the pod before, but there was like a music technology course that I took in it, and it was bullshit. Like it was absolute bullshit in it. It was just the guy didn't give a fuck. Like the guy, like he hated that there were so many non-white people in this on this course. Like he was just, it was bullshit in it. It was
Yeah,
just a
he was
dumb
like,
course. Like the
it was meant to be
DAW that
music tech.
yeah, like the DAW that he was using was this weird outdated thing. Like he would
Cubase.
yeah,
I bet you
yes, it
Cubase.
was
I
Cubase.
bet
It was
you
Cubase,
Cubase.
but it was the
Yeah,
old one before like the
yeah,
uptick.
yeah,
It was the
yeah. Before they
old
done the,
one.
yeah.
But then like he would never let us use it. He would just constantly like tell us about different music shit. But then when we'd be like, all right, let's fucking not just do something, but he was just constantly just reading shit to us in it. There was no like hands on and like it was just a dead class. But anyway, I had a brethren. Shout out to Kyle Green because he's like a personal trainer now. So shout out to Kyle Green. But I had a brethren who, like at the time, he did like music and stuff, but he was more on the production side, like very much. So
Yeah.
I don't want to be an artist. I just want to produce in it, like very much on that. And this is like 2008, 2009 sort of times. And basically,
Early doors.
the sixth form that we was at, they had this sort of like little makeshift studio, kind of like they'd taken a back room, and you know, because they got a little budget to have some music stuff, like they kind of put like a mic in there, and there was a soundboard and shit,
Yeah.
but it wasn't no big soundboard. It was essentially like a glorified desktop sort of thing.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's you've been in the studio in Microbe,
Humble
innit?
beginnings, fam.
You've been in the studio in Microbe, innit? It's about maybe
Yeah.
2/3 of the size of that.
Man, if I told you, if like, oh man, I don't want to like, fuck, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. My son.
What?
Nah, if I told you how like my shit was situated the very first time I stepped into a studio, you might get jealous,
Oh
bro.
no. Hold on, bro. Hold that, fam. Let me just finish this one,
I'm,
and then
I'm,
you can make me jealous, bro. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But it was basically, it wasn't a massive area, but it wasn't tiny and cramped. But basically,
yeah,
my guy Kyle was like, "Yo, listen, I'm working on this like beat and stuff." You know what I mean? Because he had like there were two different music technology courses, and you either got put on one or the other, and you couldn't like go to the other one. So he basically got put on the one that was like proper, and I got put on the shit one. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah,
because it wasn't even at the school, bro. You had to like get two buses to this other place Like to anyway.
Hello.
So he's like, yeah, been working on this beat and shit. And obviously them times there, like man used to like do the rhymes and write raps, like, you know what I mean, from yard
Yay.
dating. So he's like,
Yay.
yo, I want you to like jump on it in it. And at this time I have very limited like recording experience. Because this is before the time where I started working with the white boy Tom Gray. Shout out to Tom Gray as well. What a fucking G. An absolute G. Tom Gray, like he basically, I think I was around like 17 when I first, because again, I've told this story on the pod. He was part of like a gospel singing group that like they went to my mum's church and shit, but they used to tour and do all sorts of stuff. They're called Sons of Light. He's like the white boy in that group in it, but safe as fuck. Like I fuck with Tom to this day. Like, but he had like a little studio space, and he was the one that really exposed me to like a recording studio and how it works, and gave me pointers and tips and like. But that was like kind of from 17, 18 onwards in it. So at this point, I'm 16. I think I've maybe recorded once or twice other times in my life, like in a recording setting type of thing. So I'm nervous in it. But I'm thinking, all right, you know what? If it's just me and Kyle and maybe like his brethren Omari or something, then cool in it. Like I can do that. So we're supposed to do this like the last lesson before the end of the day or something. And fucking, I'm walking around my people and that. And again, in the new sixth form we went to, like we was kind of them niggas low key in it. Like my little group of brethren, we was like them in it. So like this one girl, I won't even say her name, but there's one girl who like in some of my classes and shit, and she's cool in that. And she come up to me, she's like, "Oh, I heard that you're like doing a music thing." Da, da, da. And I sort of like,
did you hear about that shit?
But that was my first thought in it. I was like, huh? But then I just kind of was like, oh, maybe she just bumped into my man, or just he might have just said so. I was like, oh yeah, you know, I'm supposed to be doing it like next period and stuff. It's like, oh, cool, da 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 da. Fucking, we get to the time we recorded it now, yeah. Get there, it's me, it's Kyle, it's his boy Omari, and then like some of my other brethren come as well. So there's about like 5, 6 of us, but it's my G's in it. You know, everyone knows that I rap and shit. So cool, let's do it. Getting the shit together, they turn on the system and booting up the shit and plugging in the headphones and the this and the that, whatever.
All that.
Bro, I start seeing like people come through the door. And then, so there's like these two other white boys coming. So I'm like, oh shit, like what are you man saying? Like, we're using it here, you know. It's like, oh yeah, nah, knowing it. Kyle had told us to do this. It's like, oh shit. Alright. Okay, cool, innit? Because I can't tell them fuck off because Kyle told them to come and this is Kyle's thing. I'm recording for his thing. So you know what I mean? It's not my thing. Fucking getting ready now. Brother, 2 twos, yeah. I'm seeing people just coming into this room, but the room ended up having about 20, 25 people in there, bro. Like, do you remember those pirate radio sessions? Again, the videos you'll see on YouTube and how there's just people around and shit. Brother, there's just people around, bro. And it's like a mixture of girls and man them in it. So, you know what I mean? There's the paying gal in sixth form and shit that you're trying to be like, oh, cool in front of and that. And then there's man them in there. And some man you don't even really know that much, but they've come because these other people have come. And all of a sudden, it's like I'm surrounded by 20, 25, 30 people in this little room. And Cal goes, all right, he comes up to me and says, all right, you ready, yeah? And I'm like, what the fuck, bro? In my head, in it, I'm like, what the fuck? But obviously, you know what I mean? Eminem 8 Mile verse, he calm and ready. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, bro, cool, saying nothing in it. So you put the headphones on, and I don't know if you've ever had this, but in my earlier days of recording, and even, you know, like even when I initially started booking up with you and stuff, and just maybe being in like newer environments and shit, I kind of feel I almost start like not shaking, but like there's this nervous energy that comes over, man. And came over, man. Like when I, you know, earlier days and shit, paused. But I remember just being so like shook, but I'm fighting through the shookness to just get this verse, because I've gone to my trusted 64s, bro. The ones that are locked into my brain word for word, my trusted ones, innit?
Those ones.
Because it's like, I can't fuck this up. I need this to be fire. And these, you remember those ones where you used to write and just whatever the beat was, you would just spit that on that beat. It don't matter what the fuck the beat is. Like,
it doesn't matter what
them
beat is. It might be this, it might be dubstep, whatever it is.
It don't matter. Whatever the beat is, put it on, and I'm spitting this whole thing, and it's gonna be fire. Like, it was them ones in it. So no hook, no shit like that. Just going.
None of that, fam. I'm
muscling through this. I'm muscling through it, and again, I'm sure you've probably had a similar experience. But when I'm recording or when I'm performing, I can like have a conversation with myself in my head while I'm doing it. So I'll be spitting the words, like audibly projecting and saying and, you know, doing the words, but I'll be having a conversation in my head. Like I can kind of do the two things at the same time. And because again, the words are committed to memory in it. Like you get what I mean? And like, I remember spitting the thing and just thinking to myself, fuck's sake, bro, you fucking this up, you know, bro. But not in a good way. Not in a good way, bro. Like, bro. You missed that word there, bro. You should have taken a pause here. Or you said that too quickly. You stuttered yourself here. For the whole thing, bro. But it's like, you can't stop in it. You can't stop. You have to just fucking go, you know what I mean?
You have to just keep going.
Because the room is full of people, bro. Because the man them is in here and the gal them is in here and they come to see me, bro. Like, you can't choke, my nigga. There's no choking allowed, bro. You know what I mean? And it's like,
I ain't fucked up once, fam. I've been going the whole time, fam.
And just muscle through it, bro. And like, but it's literally, I'm pointing out every mistake to myself while I'm muscling through this verse. So the track finally ends, bro. And I'm just like, for fuck's sake, man. Oh, man, I'm going to take this shit off and niggas going to be looking at me like I'm a frog person or something. Niggas going to be like, what the fuck was this shit? So I'm like, I feel proper dejected in it. Like, but again, I'm not moping or anything, but in myself, I just feel like, fuck's sake, man. I feel like I fucked that up. Take the headphones off, open my eyes and shit. Fucking turn around, look at the people. They're like, "Oh shit, fam, nah, that was dope. What the fuck?" Nah. Oh, the galley in there, like, "Oh my god, I didn't know you could rap like that." Oh my god, bro. And I'm thinking, like, wait, did y'all hear the shit that I was spitting? Like, you didn't put on like, you didn't put on pirate radio, fam. Like, you didn't put on a skeptic. Like, you were listening to me, fam. Oh my god, that was, bro. Nah, that was sick. Listen, listen, I've got a music thing I got to do as well. Do you want to rap on mine as well, bro? Fam, it was such a mad thing, bro. Because I legitimately, like, wholeheartedly, because I'd been in that kind of an environment in it, and I wholeheartedly felt like I'd really messed it up. Like, given the opportunity, I would do that again. Like, obviously at the time, in it, but it's just like turning around and just seeing this thing, and it's like, oh shit, like, I've got something here, you know what I mean? Wow, like, there's something here.
These
like,
think that there's something there. There must be something
there's, and again, it's a room full of people. And you know me, bro, Capricorn shit. I'm analyzing everything, bro. I'm looking for the slightest person who looks disinterested or the slightest gal who's just there because her friends is there or certain. Everybody's gas, bro. The white gal in there, the black gal in there, the mixed gal in there, all the man them, the rude boys, the football guys, like, everybody's in there, bro, and they all like, nah, bro, you peppered, fam. You fucking peppered, bro. Man were in there saying like, yo, wheel up a next beat, fam. Wheel up a next. Like, they were calling for an encore. You know what I mean? I had that day, I remember my mum had told me, I think I got in trouble in 6-1 before, and mum was just like, yeah, bro, you need to get your ass home, fam, in it. Like, I ain't trying to hear no shit. So, to me, because I was just so like, oh shit, what the fuck? I was just like, yeah, you know what? Yo, I gotta go home in it. Like, I'm gonna cook while the getting is good, you know what I mean? Like, yo, big up everybody, got all the hugs and all that from the galley, the spuds to all the man them. Yo, Kyle, big love. I'm gonna cut in it. Like, I'm gonna go home, bro, because I might get too gassed and fucking try to do the second verse and niggas be like, nah, that wasn't it, bro. That wasn't it, bro.
The wickedest thing? Do you know the wickedest thing about that is, yeah, of course you would have got home and maybe you might have got like, you know what I'm saying, a bit of a talking to or like a bit of a ass whooping or whatever. But it's like, I, the way that I used to operate in them days, yeah, because I remember
Oh shit!
my
Just
old
one sec before you
man.
go. Sorry, bro. Just one sec before you go. Sorry to cut you, bro. Sorry to cut you. Sorry to cut you. Let me
Nah,
just think this.
Hi, shout out to the panel. Driz, Secret Life
mm,
of.
mm.
Can't really see the rest of your name, but shout out
Will,
to you
secret
guys.
life of Will,
Okay, I
secret
see
life
the
of Will.
accents and stuff. See, you guys
Yeah,
are
yeah,
British.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm just listening, seeing what you guys are talking about.
Oh, big up to
And
you, Buzz
we
President.
just here.
Uh,
You know what I'm
I'll
saying?
certainly say I'm definitely not British. I'm just a nigger in England. You get what I mean? Like that's. I'm certainly not British. You know what I
Nah,
mean?
you
We.
by default you are fam. By
Nah,
default,
bro.
by the way that you
Nah, bro.
speak and the way that you do your thing, yeah, nah, you are
I could
fam.
never say
Even me
God
as
save
well,
the
fam.
Queen. You know what I mean? My
Man,
guy is saying God save the
as
fiends. You know what I
much as
mean?
you
Like,
can't sing that shit, yeah, nah, that's you too, fam. God
man said
save
that's
the
you too.
king, my boy. Yeah, God save the king, my boy. We out here.
Aye, Buzz President, thank you for tuning in, man. If you got like any interesting
Nah,
topics or
thank you for
anything
tuning
to
in for
chat in
real,
or
like for
any
real.
interesting little tidbits, obviously give us a shout and shit. Subscribe to the YouTube, follow the pages, all them things there, all them things there. You know what I mean?
Oh, them
And
things
there's one
there,
more
see?
voice note, and then you go. Sorry, broski.
Yo, Drez was good, King. Secret Life of Will. What up, my boy?
Hey, my
You know,
boy.
yeah, I just went through that, yo, man. Dealing with my battle rap league, man. We had these guys from over in Nigeria, right? Word on the street,
Ah,
battle rap league over there. You feel me? Africa, know what I mean? Man, word is bond. I knew. I mean, I wasn't surprised, but everybody that heard him, they was surprised because they didn't expect him being in Africa, growing up in
Yeah,
Africa, to come and battle rap somebody and have a clear, I mean, English sounding language. You feel what I'm saying? Speaking English clear, man. He
yeah,
went in
yeah,
and he
yeah.
we
ripped
the
that shit. You
same.
feel me? He won and everything. Shout out my boy
We the
U3, man.
same.
Word on the street, battle rap league. My guys over there on the motherland. You feel me?
Yeah, we the same, fam. That man over there wanna be just like us, but then they don't understand we the same, fam.
Yeah. They want to be just like us, and we want to be just like them. You
Yeah,
get me? Like,
we wanna be just like them, boy. You know what I mean?
trust me. You heard what I just said to Buzz President in it. Like, nah, I'm not British. I'm not. But yo, them man
Yeah,
spend day
yeah,
and
yeah.
night
All that,
perfecting the
fam.
accent in it. Like, you know what I mean?
Fam, niggas be all out here talking like this and shit, and you never even been Texas one time, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Once, fam. I did that
Niggas will be
all the
from
time,
Ghana
bro. I've
talking. Be
never
saying, "You
been,
heard me?"
fam.
You know what I mean?
You hear me?
Niggas will be
Yeah,
from
but they
Cameroon. Be
never
like, "You heard
been,
me?"
fam.
Yo, dog.
You
Let me tell
feel
you,
me?
son. You heard me?
You feel me? Yeah, all
Man, we
that,
don't play
fam. But
around there
we
right here,
don't,
boy. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? My nigga, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
now, yeah, me like, bro. But that's the one thing, fam. Every country that I've been to, yeah, they all have their own like variation of the American accent, fam.
Yeah, yeah,
And like that variation of the American accent is like what all the elite, like the all the you know the who speaks, like
yeah,
all the
yeah, yeah,
kids of
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. There's like
ministers
a
and all
clout
that
thing to it,
bullshit.
innit?
Like
There's
the
like a
yeah
clout
yeah
thing.
yeah, it's like a clout business. It's like, oh yeah, I went there for like a couple of weeks, so yeah, nah, I came back and now
Yeah,
I speak like this, and y'all niggas just don't understand. It's all right, and y'all niggas ain't, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just behind the curve. You feel me? Come
you
on,
heard me?
nah. Wait a minute, nah. You were just here speaking like us just now, just a few weeks ago, and then you came back, and now you talking like this. What's wrong with you, nigga? Yeah, nah,
Man,
nah.
come back.
It
Man, be
get
like,
like that.
man, all these niggas sound like African, man. You heard me? All these
Yeah,
niggas sound
I'm
like African,
saying.
man. Why y'all niggas talking like that, man? Y'all niggas don't talk like that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like, bro, we in Nigeria, fam. We talking about, man. All you niggas sound like African, man. Man, we from Atlanta,
Yeah.
dog. We from
All y'all
ATL.
niggas, all y'all niggas sound like some niggas and shit. Nah, nigga. Wait,
Heard me?
but my
I
friend,
got
are
my
you
money
not
right,
also
nigga.
a nigga? No, but are you also not a nigga, my friend? You're black too, just like me. So what's the difference? And then And then at the same time, so you thought that your people just came from nowhere? No, your people came from here. They
Man,
get
be slurring
their
and stuff.
express sources from here. The same place where I came from is the same express place where your people came from. So now you're
Legit.
dissing me and my accent, but really what it is you don't understand and you haven't not recognized yourself. But it's okay. We'll give you time.
You love the strawberry flavored Starburst, but you hate strawberry. You know what I mean? Like you dissing the strawberry eating strawberry flavored Starburst. You get me? Like you know what I mean?
You
Like
know what I mean?
be,
Like
telling me
how can you do
strawberry ain't
that?
nice and shit.
Yeah. And then at the same time you're a strawberry star best yourself. So how can you wait? Just
Do you
wait.
get me?
Wait a minute.
Oh,
No,
oh shit.
but
Uh,
to get back to what we were talking about before. I remember my first recording experience, fam. There was a guy called Mr. Riley. Shout out to Mr. Riley. I don't know what he's doing now. The people told me that he got a bit ill, but then he got back on his shit again and like he came back to like do his thing or whatever.
mm,
But like, yeah. So it was just a random day, fam. I think it was like a Thursday. It must have been a Thursday because we was chilling. Like we had like extra time. I think there was 2 days where we had just like random extra time spent. And it was a
mm,
Thursday and a Friday. At
mm,
Thursday, we had this like random extra time, like the period after lunch in it. So we had like an extended lunch. And then on a Friday, we had an extended time like between I think it was like 2 or 3 or something like that,
right,
and
right,
then
right,
you'd
right,
go
right.
to like the last lesson or whatever, but it
Yeah,
would be like
yeah, yeah.
half an hour, so you'd finish at 4 o'clock and be out or that bullshit.
Okay, okay.
So I think it was a Thursday, and this guy called Scott Edmondson, shout out to Scott Edmondson. One day we chilling under like one of these little underpass things that we had at the school because there was like they had they tried to be sophisticated with their shit and had like walkways going over the playground so they could like see and all that bullshit. So
Mm,
we chilling like under one of those one time, and I think it was what was it? I think it was like JME. Certain JME was playing or something, but like.
one of them beats.
Me being yeah. No. It was like one of JME's freestyles, but me being me,
Oh,
I
right,
knew
right, right.
all the words in it. So there I
Yeah,
am freestyling next to this nigga that was freestyling, even though I'm not freestyling. Like his shit's committed to my memory from we out here. One, two,
you
three,
reciting
A,
it.
B,
Yeah,
C. And then so I'm going in, fam. Like word for word, bar for bar, syllable for syllable, fam. And
yeah,
then the shit ends, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, nah, he's so sick. Oh, yeah. So I'm obviously thinking, oh yeah, they're talking about JME or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, nah, he went in, bro, he went in. I can't believe it, bro. Like it's a mad thing. And then Scott goes to me, bro, have you ever like thought about like being a rapper, fam? Have you ever like thought about that shit? And I'm like, nah, I ain't never thought about that shit. And he goes to me, hey, I was talking to Mr. Riley before, the music guy, the new music guy, because at that time he was like brand new, like he's literally
right,
brand new at the school and shit. And
right,
like they
right.
had just opened like this whole like media wing, so there was like recording
Yeah,
studios
yeah,
and like
yeah, yeah,
video
yeah.
editing
Because
suites
that's
and
when
all that
media
kind of
first
shit.
started becoming like a
Yeah,
thing in it, like
yeah,
in
yeah,
school. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And mum was like, oh yeah, I was just talking to my man, and he was like, oh, I wish it was somebody that I could record or whatever. So I'm like, oh yeah, nah, like I could record, yeah, you know what I mean, like that little ego kicked in. Yeah, I could do that, yeah, easy, I could do that.
Mm,
I ain't never done this shit before in my life, fam. So that very same pause break that we had after the lunch, yeah, went over to man and was like, and Scott did all the talking. He was like, yo, so like, my guy Will, you know what I'm saying? He wants to do like some little rapping or whatever. Ooh. So I'm like, yeah, I want to do some rapping or whatever. Ooh. And then the guy was like, I bet, you know what? We'll set it up, fam. I'll give you a week, fam, to get your shit together. You say you ain't got nothing. I'll give you a week, fam, get your shit together next Thursday. Exactly, it was a Thursday. He said, next Thursday,
Yeah. Yeah.
be here at whatever time school closed. And you
And be
got like
ready.
an hour. I'm gonna be here for an hour extra afterwards. And I
Right.
bet, boom, there the whole week passed. I'm there in my room, fam. I'm just crafting. I'm
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
crafting these 1,000 bars, fam. I'm just out here, I'm just
No
writing,
homework done that
scrapping
week,
shit.
innit? Yeah.
My boy, homework where, fam? Who homework, fam? Even the scariest teacher, I told her, yo, listen, I got
Not
something
this
to
week, love.
prepare for this
Yeah.
week, fam.
Not this week,
I
love.
got something to prepare for this week. All your homework, I'll bring it to you next week, I promise. Like this, mwah, I'll bring it to you next week, I promise. Mwah, like this.
Uh,
Obviously, I still had to deliver the homework, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, 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 yeah. But you deal with that next week, innit? Anyway, you crafting, bro.
Oh,
You crafting.
yeah, so I crafted these 1,000 bars and shit, you know what I'm saying? Get to the next Thursday now, you know what I'm saying? Go over there, it's me, Scott, and a couple of the guys, like from football or whatever. But then
Mm,
again, it's the same kind of scenario. Like, obviously, these men have all like told everyone, like, oh, yeah, man's gonna be recording. So, like, they didn't like enter the room because like it was like a proper booth and like it was a proper
right.
there was a control
An
room,
actual
there's a
setup
booth
booth,
there.
like, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was like a proper thing, yeah. So like
Right.
I walk in there, you know what I'm saying, it must be about like, I don't know, like 4 o'clock, quarter past 4 or something like that, you know what I'm saying. It's like school finished like 15 minutes ago, technically, but we still here and go over there, boom, we walk inside. The man's like, oh, yeah, boom, guys, take a seat. Like, oh, did you bring everything? I'm like, yeah, I brought the instrumental. I gave him the instrumental. He started playing the shit, you know what I'm saying? I started like going over my shit, going over my shit, going over my shit. I keep telling them to wheel it back because obviously I fuck it up and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Right, right,
Spend
right.
like a bit, yeah, we spent like a good 30 minutes because man was like a proper guy, like a proper studio guy. He was like, oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
obviously
yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah,
not
yeah,
just gonna,
yeah,
you're not just gonna walk in here and like nail it the first time. So
yeah,
you know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Just have a little rehearse, just have a little go through it and shit. So we
He
sit in
gave
the
you like the
control
proper
room.
thing in it, like, yeah,
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 like the proper shit, fam. So we sitting in the control room, there's like five of us. And then he's like, we've been here for like 20, 25 minutes or something like that. Maybe you should like go and give it a try in it. So I'm like,
mm.
shit, shit, shit. First time I ever recorded it or anything like that, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, I'll go and give it a try. I'm walking there, you know what I'm saying? I put the headphones on the shit. And now I can hear all these man in the control room because they had it linked like that, like properly. And
Yeah, 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 yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
he had the talk button just to like make me feel comfortable, like with being there, like even just by
Of
myself
course,
and
yeah.
shit. So he had it like on and shit, and he talking to me like, yo, all right. So basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the instrumental a couple more times. These guys are not gonna hear. I'm gonna shut it off, but like you just like run it a couple times, just get acclimatized to being in front of the microphone and shit. So I'm like, I bet, boom, I'm doing my thing. I'm trying to like rehearse or whatever. And then after the third time, he's like, yo. So basically, I'm gonna run it. But when I run it,
Yeah, yeah.
like all these man obviously will be hearing everything in it.
Mm.
At this point, I've had like an hour of just like rinsing it in my head. So I'm like,
Right.
all right, let me try in it. Yeah, like the same shit that you going through all the bars and you like, I should have said that better, and goddamn, I should have caught that better, and that pause wasn't like the right length of time, and I should have done this, and I should have done that. Man, I recorded that shit with, like you said, eyes closed, everything, fam. I
Mm.
opened my eyes, yeah. I looked in the control room because it was like I said, it was like a proper thing, fam. Like, so there's just like a glass there. There's like a glass
Yeah,
panel
yeah,
there
yeah.
that separated me from these men, fam. I open my eyes, look inside, and all these men are jumping up and down,
Going
kicking
mad.
all sorts, fam. They're going mad. Even he himself, the Mr. Riley guy, yeah, he like, bro, he's losing his mind, fam. He was there spinning in the chair and shit. No way,
That's
fam. So
sick.
I'm like,
That's sick. That's sick.
oh shit. So I hung up the earphones onto the thing here, walked into the room. Everyone's all like hugging mad, like that was mad, that was mad,
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
so
yeah.
crazy. And I thought to myself, you know what? This is lit, fam.
I
And it
like
just
this.
so happened. And
Yeah.
I like this. I think I like this. Let's see like what we can do with this. And it just so happened there was a kid that used to go to like a youth center that was literally across like literally across the road from the school. And so there'll be like
Right.
you'd cross the road from the school and there's like a little residential area, but then like you
And it's
walk
there.
through that residential
Yeah.
area and there's like a square there in it, and that's where the
Mm.
youth center was in it. So like it's literally just
Okay.
like across from the school. You cross like literally maybe
Like a
like
5 minute thing, like.
it's not even 5 minutes, bro. Like from the
Right, right.
school, it's literally like 30 seconds.
Right, 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 right.
One cut through, one boom, like one cut through down one street, and boom, you're there at the square. Like
Right, right,
it
right.
was like that, fam. And I was like, and the kid was like, "Oh, yo, man, I just not, I'm saying like, nah, you is doing your thing. Ooh, I think like you should come to this thing that we do. I'm saying that this like youth center or whatever." So I'm like, "Wow, youth center? What's a youth center?" And it's like, "Oh, it's like where kids go to like do stuff because they don't have peace to do things." So I'm like, "Wow, I mean, I don't know about all that, but like they got music stuff there." And he was like, "Yeah, they got a room with like stuff and you can record." I was like, "I bet, yeah, that's where we going from." That same
Yeah.
day, yeah, I went home. And my mum thought I was in detention, fam, because obviously I had been at
You were
school
late.
for like
Yeah.
so long. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
late back, so she thought I was in detention or whatever. So I'm telling her like what happened and shit, and she's like, "Mm-hmm." And I was
Cap.
like, "Oh, so basically, yeah." So basically, I was like, "Yeah, next week, yeah, there's like a thing that they do at this youth center, and it's like people rapping and whatever. So like, I'm gonna like go there after school or whatever." And
Yeah,
she was
yeah,
like, "No, you ain't. No, you ain't.
yeah.
Wait
Because
until your
mom thinks
dad
you
hears
capped
about
into
this."
her, innit?
My boy, she said, "Wait until your dad hears about this." I said, "Wait, why does dad got hear about this? He doesn't. Well, I mean, he
I
wasn't
haven't done
even
anything
involved
wrong,
in this.
mama.
And
Mama.
he wasn't even involved in this beginning conversation. Do you know what I
Like,
mean? I was just telling you, like, yeah,
Will want to go like, whoa, 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 mums, whoa, 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 slow down,
my boy,
slow it down.
slow it down. But you know what happened? Every single week after that, fam, I went,
You
fam.
went,
I went.
yeah,
Every time, fam. At first,
yeah,
I'd have an excuse like, "Oh, I'm going to like see my friends in Morecambe or whatever. Or I'm gonna go and do this." But then it got to a point where like I was
it's just like
literally
this is what I'm
leaving the
doing.
house.
Yeah,
Nah, like it got to a point where I'm leaving the house here with a duffel bag full of notepads, bro.
right, right, right.
I'm leaving the house with a duffel bag full of notepads that got bars inside, fam. I,
Yeah,
like they've both my parents have seen what's inside the duffel bag, fam. It's just
yeah.
notepads full of bars, fam.
I'm sure the first time they would have seen that duffel, they'd be like, "Oh my god, he's a trafficker! Oh
This
my god,
nigga
he's
out
moving
here
weight!
doing some
Oh,
trapping
our
and
boy
he's
has been
doing all
recruited
kind
by
of
a gang, and he's moving
nah,
food."
but then yeah, when they found out it was just notepads, they were like, "Oh, okay, no, that's good. That's very
Yeah,
good.
it's like,
We
yo,
really
you can
like
do
that. It's
whatever you
not
doing
bad."
in it, as long as this is not
Yeah.
cocaine in this bag. Do whatever you
Nah,
doing.
nah.
Notepads, rhymes, cool, brother.
And I remember like the first performance, like the first proper like performance in front of people that I've done yet. I think it was
Right.
like maybe 2 weeks. It was maybe like 2 weeks after that. So like the first week it was like the first ever recording. The second week I went to that like the youth club, the youth center place. And then the third week after that, yeah, because in that time when I went to the youth center place, they were like, "Oh, we do this event called like the crossover, and it's all like hip hop and stuff and dubstep and whatever, and we're trying to like do something to like cross and merge all that stuff because like all those worlds like collide really thing like that."
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I hear all that. That's really wicked. You saying what? Like, I've got a space to perform. That's what you're saying. And they're like, yeah, nah, you got like a little 15 minutes. So I'm like, yeah, I'll take that 15 minutes, fam. Let me
Yeah.
have that 15 minutes, fam.
Let me cook in it.
Yeah. The excuse that I gave was why I was going to stay at one of my brethren's house, fam. That shit fell apart because at this point, it's like that same brethren, like my mum and his mum were like cool like that now at
Yeah,
this
yeah.
point,
So
innit?
she can
So
just
like they
check in it.
used
She
to
can get a
talk, do you
reference
know
check
what I
in it.
mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, so she could do the quick reference check. Obviously, it wasn't that thing, but yeah, I went still, fam. I was like, yeah, so yeah, nah, basically, I'm just going to my friend's house and then we're getting like play FIFA or whatever. Boom, boom. Me and my man went to this thing, yeah. I done my set, it was 15 minutes. The people kept being like, nah, go again, go again, go
Yeah.
again. It got to a point where like I ran through all the bars that were in my head top, yeah. And
Right.
I had to like call someone to like bring me the duffel bag from behind the stage so I can just quickly like flip through the thing and just be like, oh yeah, there's a starting line, boom. Because in them days it was like if I got the first line of the bar,
Yeah.
then
Need the
we was
first couple
going. Like
lines. You're like, oh
fully
yeah, I remember
fam.
how this shit go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just need the first line fam. So yeah, I called someone. After like the third time, they were like, nah, go again, because it's like 30 minutes in. And at this point, I
Right.
never done a 30-minute set before in my life, fam. This is
And you haven't got
my
tracks.
first
You've just
time
got
doing a
bars
set
in
at
it.
all, fam. In it,
Yeah.
yeah. Man, they kept
Yeah.
playing Eastern Jam, fam. Remember Eastern Jam?
They kept playing what?
Eastern Jam. East, if
Ah.
type in Eastern Jam, fam. It will come up, fam. It will be the
East.
first thing
Sorry, you
that
were
comes up.
breaking up in it. I just couldn't hear what you
E-
were saying. Eastern Jam.
Eastern Jam, yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Now, hopefully, YouTube won't have a copy strike on this
But
shit, but they probably will. Like,
they probably will.
let's see if. Oh, yeah.
They
Looks like they
better
haven't.
not.
Fucking. Oh.
Yeah.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They
Yeah,
haven't.
let's go. Let's go.
No, they have.
Let's
Chase
go.
and State.
Run that shit. You chase and stay as Eastern Jam, fam. Trust me. That same track there,
Yeah,
yeah,
I know
played for
the beat.
40,
Yeah.
bro.
See if we
That
can
same
talk
track
over it in it.
played for
Like,
40 minutes, fam. It played for 40 minutes here. And in them 40 minutes here, I ran out of bars at the end. And like after like they played that song like 7 times, and I was like, no way, fam. Guys, I've run out of bars. You know what the crowd said to me? They were like, yeah, nah, just
just
run
do it
them other
again.
bars that you run just
Just
now,
run it
fam. Just
again,
do
bro.
that same shit again, fam. Run it again, fam. So I said, yeah, I bet. DJ, wheel it one more time. Let me hit that one more time, fam.
Wheel the selector, my
And
boy. Wheel up the thing there.
my boy, that was an hour set, fam. And I
That's
remember
crazy.
coming off that stage because, like, in the beginning, before I went on that stage, I was so shook, fam. I was like,
Yeah, yeah,
bro,
yeah.
what if they don't like it? And then, like, oh, what if, like, you know what I'm
I
saying?
fuck it
Like, I
up.
just
What they
fuck it
think it's
up.
shit.
And, like,
Yeah.
I say the wrong things or whatever. It turns out I fucked it up lots of times. I said the wrong things lots of times. And there was lots of times where I, like, paused to catch my shit again. But then even through all that, fam, the people were amazed. They were like, "No way, fam! How do you do that? Do it again, 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 and again, fam." And the same song played for 40 minutes, fam.
Yeah, that's
For
crazy.
bro, fam, yeah, and it was just
Yeah,
me,
that's
fam,
wild. That's
just
wild. That's wild.
me and bars that I wrote in my bedroom, fam. That was my first ever performance, fam.
And
A
just
full
yeah,
hour,
man. I
fam.
think like
Full
those
hour
sort
of
of
me just
moments,
being like,
especially
oh
like
yeah,
early
again,
on,
again,
they're very pivotal in it because in that young state again, it's one sec. It's like they spoke about, or like we spoke about at the beginning of the pod, in it, vulnerability,
again.
and
Mm-hmm.
it's that vulnerability, and it's like when you at that young. Sorry, say that again, G, because you
That
breaking up, like you breaking.
no, I didn't really say
You
anything. I was
breaking
just
up.
gonna be like, I hadn't really said anything. I was just gonna agree with you, like, yeah, you're right, because at that time you haven't really experienced anything, so like all these things are like your first experience, and it's like,
Pivotal
wow, this is
age and stuff.
crazy. Whoa, whoa.
No,
But
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
oh, you can hear me now. Well, God
But yeah,
damn, what in the hell?
I just think like I was saying, the vulnerability of doing that at those sort of pivotal ages, man, it like it imprints on you in it. Like you said, like the
Yeah,
feeling you had when you come off that stage, it's like, yeah, this is what I want to do in it. Like I want to do this. Because it's like,
yeah,
imagine if all of your worst fears came true, you probably would have been very deterred from ever doing that shit again. Do you get what I mean? Like
yeah.
it's a
True.
similar type of thing. And I
But I
think
think
in a sense,
you know what it
oh, go
is.
on.
I think the way that shit caught me. I think if it had fucked up that first night, yeah, I think I would have even been more determined to make it work the next time. Because
Right.
the way that shit caught me the first time, fam, and niggas, we was under that bridge, the little underpass, and niggas was like, "This ain't even my bars. I didn't even come up with this shit, fam." And niggas like,
You
"Oh
just
nah, you got
recited
the
it.
voice for that shit. You got the voice for
Yeah.
that shit. Nah, you the one, fam. If you really do this shit." I think what it actually was the fact that like it was it was people around me being like, nah, you that nigga, fam, and you really can actually do this thing, fam. You can actually stand toe to toe with any of these men, fam. And there's not a one of these men that's matching you, fam. And it's like, as much as that speaks to the ego self, it's like that it also builds the spirit self in the sense that like niggas gotta recognize the spirit in that sense for them to be able
Right.
to see that, oh, okay, like this thing that man's carrying is much deeper than even what these men are carrying, and it can have a
Yeah,
bigger
legit.
impact, you know what I'm saying?
Legit.
And from time when
Legit.
man are telling you shit like that, even in a less eloquent way, and they're just being like, oh nah, you that nigga, fam. It's like it's hard to ignore. Do you know what I mean?
Nah, for real, for real. And even like what you said about it playing into the ego, like I've said this for a little while, but the ego is not a bad thing. Like we
No,
need
it's
the
a beautiful
ego.
thing.
We
Oh yeah.
just tend to use it wrong because of conditioning and programming and shit. But the ego is a very important
Oh,
thing.
it
It serves
uses
a
us
purpose.
wrong.
Nah. We allow it to use us, and that's the thing. It's like a child in it. If
Yeah.
you let the child run the
Amen.
yard, then child will think it runs the
Amen.
yard in it.
Yeah. No,
But it's like,
the
nah, the
kid,
ego is a
the child
very
will run the
important,
yard.
beautiful thing if you use your ego correctly. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with having an ego as long as you don't live in your ego and lead with your ego. But your ego empowers you in those moments, man. Again, I've spoke about this before on pods, but even like as an older person performing and shit, there'll be
Mm,
times, especially if I've not performed in a while, and that like right before you get on that stage, that same thing when I was a kid. Oh shit, what if you fuck this
mm,
up? What if you this? What if you that? What if you that? And that thing that says, nah, fuck that, bro. You that nigga, fam. like that same voice that you heard when you was a kid from your brethren, that same thing when you were just in your room writing your raps, like this is so sick. That same thing that it ignites is the same thing that pushes you out there to do the shit. You know what I mean?
That
So
fam.
yeah, man. All my people,
You know
them using
what? You
ego
know what?
correctly. You know what I mean?
You know what I found over the years. It's like uh, I found that there's no point. It's a weird feeling to have, right? But like obviously, you know, the normal feelings are like the jitters and like the nervousness of like, oh, what if this goes wrong and what if this goes right? But it's like at one point I had it so patterned, yeah, that I didn't have that anymore, fam, until afterwards. And then I needed to hear people being like, "Oh yeah, no, that was dope. Yeah, that was dope." And now I can relax. Do you know what I mean? Like that, like, oh gosh, what if I fucked it up? And like, what if I didn't? It didn't end on the stage like it should
Yeah,
have
of
done, or
course.
like
It
it
never
should be.
does,
Do you
innit?
know what I mean?
It never does.
But it's like everyone else around me was still having that like a before the stage moment, and like I'm like having a freaking like after the show moment. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I'm before it while everyone's in the green room and everyone's like doing their checks and all that shit, and like I'm sitting there and they sitting there. I'm not nervous then. I'm not like scared to do my thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
once
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've done my thing, yeah, when everyone else is like, finally I've done my thing, and now like it is out there, and everyone's gonna be like, oh yeah, however they're gonna take it. For me, it was like the opposite. I'll do my thing, and then I had the being nervous to like see what's happening, which is why more time after I'd done my thing, I like tend to go and hang out in the back, or I just tend to leave. Do you know what I mean?
Right, 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 right.
Kind of like the
Right.
UBR days where we'd like do our thing and we'd just leave. And like to
Yeah,
me, that was like normal modus operandi, fam. That's normal, fam. That's
yeah,
like, that's what I do. But then that's not what you should do as an artist. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. Just to
And like,
embrace all of it.
yeah,
Yeah.
just having that like paradigm in reverse, I think it kind of did, it did a lot of damage in the sense that I could go on the stage, yeah, and do like it could be any performance, fam. I'll be so sure of myself before I get on that stage, even if I fuck it up mid performance or whatever, fam. It's like I'm so sure of myself before I get on the stage, fam. But then afterwards, that's when I'm like, ah, damn, maybe like I could have said this better, or I could have done that better, or I could have done this, or
Right.
the normal shit.
Yeah, all of that stuff. Yeah,
But then
yeah, yeah, yeah.
when that shit shouldn't matter, it matters. You know what I mean?
Nah, I
And
think
yeah,
like
that's
I think like the that element will always exist for like people in any kind of creative field, however it manifests,
mm,
whatever the paradigm may be, because even the idea of creating and performance, show and tell, if you
mm,
will, like
yeah,
anyone who's in that sort of like an art form, there is a certain level of seeking validation that comes from that. You know what I mean? You put something out, you want people to fuck with it, you want it to be good. If you're performing, you want your performance to be the best. Like there is a level of
thanks.
validation, you know
Yeah,
what I mean,
yeah,
that you seek and stuff. And it's not because, oh,
mm,
I'm so insecure and it's just that's the no sane person gets on a stage and performs in front of a bunch of people they don't know if you're not seeking some kind of validation through that, even just for yourself, whatever it might be, type of thing.
even a
You know what
little
I
bit.
mean? And it's like I think when you're able to sort of push through that whatever it may be, whether it's in the front end or the back end, like
Mm,
what you, especially when you speak to people, especially after shows and shit like that, what I've sort of found is the thing that really radiates with people is the concept of you almost look like a superhero up on that stage. It's like their thing is like, wow, I could never do that. I could never get up on a stage but this person is just doing it and they're creating such an energy that
And then
everyone's
look
just,
at
you know
them
what
and
I
they're
mean?
doing their thing and yeah.
It's like there's a different thing that radiates. And obviously, as the person performing the shit, you deal with all of the psychodrama that comes with before and after that and alongside it, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? But it's like, however, the methodology, I think, as long as when you hit that shit, you hit that stage, you give them that thing. You know, some niggas, they need to drink before they get on stage or smoke before they get on stage. Some people have to
Yeah.
pray. Some people need to not eat anything the whole day and just lock
Yeah,
in.
yeah,
Some
some
people
type
need to
shit.
distract themselves the whole day and not even think about it and then
All
just do
that.
it. Some people are cool to do it, but then as
That's the
soon as
work
the
of the
show's
street
finished,
fam.
yo, we got to dip, bro. I don't want to be here. I want to just dip, bro, and just leave. Like, I think as long as
That's
you
me
can
fam.
manufacture as long as you can manufacture your way to always providing top quality shit without destroying yourself too much in the process, I think that's the important thing, man. Like it's a very dope thing. It's a very dope thing. Let me just play this voice note, and then we'll get some shit.
Listen. Listen, there's a difference between English and British. See me, I won't say that I'm English. To me, like English is like God save the Queen shit and all of that. British, I feel like it's just a whole different thing. There's so many other cultures that make up British culture. Like, there's just so many other cultures, not just the God save the Queen shit. Do you know what I mean?
Nah, I definitely hear
Yeah,
you. I definitely hear you. But
that's
my counterpoint
understandable.
would be
I
that
like
none of
this.
that shit is
I like
British
this
culture.
though.
Yeah,
Amen.
I'll go and then I'll let
Thanks.
you go in it. My counterpoint to that would be that none of that shit is British culture. Like, again, I've got a concept of a song I was supposed to do with like this French artist and shit, but we never sort of finished it. But it was called Niggas in Europe, and the hook was like, "We are not black Europeans, we are just niggas in Europe." Like, we here and we are
To
around
be
this shit, so
here,
there's
to be
certain
here.
shit that things, and we found a way to mold our shit and this shit, and yeah, but I ain't giving them credit for that, bro. They took way too much from us in the history, bro. Like, they've taken so much shit. I ain't giving them the culture too, bro. Like, nah, that's not British culture. We are not black British, fam. We just blacks in Britain, bro. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to all the people. Shout out to all my African people, my Caribbean people, my Sudanese. You know what I mean? Shout out to all the people there. Even my English British people, fam. Shout out y'all as well. You know what I mean? I know that I get a rep for hating y'all.
home girl that just left the message just now. You need to shout her out because
And
she
of
said
course,
that
Buzz
she
President, shout
just
out to
said
you as
that.
well. You know what I mean?
Buzz,
Shout out to you,
shout out
Buzz
to Buzz
President, as well.
President. You know what I'm saying?
You get me?
Because
President of the
man,
Buzz.
it's a different. It's a different. See, I've been trying to tell man, like it's a different. It's a different world out there. They call it the third world. Why you think they call it the third world, fam?
Mm.
Because they deal with the 3D, fam. They deal with what's real, fam. I'm hungry right now, fam. I need to do something. If I don't do
Mm.
something, I'm gonna be hungry for the next some weeks, and I'm gonna die, fam. So I need to do something, fam. That's real life, fam. I need to go and catch something. I need to go and get some water from somewhere. I need to grow some something from somewhere, fam. Like I need to something, anything, fam.
Yeah.
And it's like we don't have that here. Oh, I wanna live a healthy lifestyle. I'll go to co-op and get some like healthier stuff or whatever. I'll go to Aldi and get some healthier stuff. But it's it's like this that same shit that's like supposed to be healthier for you. We were just talking before, and it's like, let's say you get a bunch of apples, right?
Right.
And in your house, everything is sealed, everything is closed, everything is closed off. Let's say you don't be at the house or you don't eat the apples for like some weeks, right? And then they start like going off or whatever. So let's say the setting is you work away and you just keep not doing anything about these apples. These apples are just like there where you left them. Yeah. They're just going rotten. From out of those apples somewhere, there'll be some flies that will come out of there. Fam.
Mm.
It doesn't matter how sealed your shit is. It doesn't matter yeah, you've got an airlock between you and outside. Yeah, there's still gonna be flies in your crib. You know why? Because they're coming from out of your food, fam. They're coming from
Mm.
out of the shit that you like, yeah, now this is all like going off. I'll throw this in the bin. Why? Because where did you think them flies was coming from? Why
Yeah.
you thought them flies was coming from outside? Why you got your windows closed? No way. Impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible,
Yeah.
fam. It's like they have to come from somewhere. And
Mm-hmm.
so ultimately they come from the food. They come from the fruits. They come from the root vegetables. They come from what, whatever shit can go off. Yeah, they're in there, fam, and they're
Yeah.
gonna be flying around in your crib if you don't like do something about that shit.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like I was telling these man like, yo, if you guys understood like how geo-engineered this shit is, fam, I was trying to tell these man how if you guys understood how geo-engineered this shit is and how like when you get an apple, it's a clone of a clone of a clone of a clone of a clone. Fam. So of course there's gonna be some shit in there that becomes some shit. You know what I'm
Become something
saying?
else.
Yeah, it's built in from. Man, I'm talking about where the flies come from. Yeah, they come from the food that you eat and then throwing away from and doing all
Because
this
where
stuff.
else would they come from, innit?
Because where else would they come from? You open your bin one time for no reason to throw some things inside. Yeah, yeah, some shit might could fly out of there,
And it's
provided
like,
that
how could,
you know what I'm saying.
where could they have come from to fly out of the thing if you've not opened the bin in it? Like, yeah, yeah, that's
They
true.
only could have came from the food that you're eating from.
Yeah, I've never
So
really
you
thought about
niggas
that.
think, oh yeah, nah, I'm just having some apples because it's good for you. Some mangoes is good for you. I bet. You see how good for you them apples and mangoes are, fam. Yeah, it's flies coming out them holes, fam. Yeah, what you gonna do now, fam? And you thought that shit was good for you, fam. Aye. And
Say
niggas
nothing.
thought they was escaping the worms and being like, oh yeah, I'm eating a vegan diet now. Because the
Nah, you
vegan
ain't.
diet does all the, yeah, nah. You still got worms, fam. You still got that shit that you're trying to run away from it. Unless you're growing that shit yourself, hey, nah, you still, fam. You still here
Yeah.
in with the rest of us, fam. Hey, how about them apples, fam?
I like that. That was good. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, I'm saying, how about them apples, fam?
Flipping it. Flipping it now
Because
for
it's
real.
wild out here, fam. It's still, because motherfuckers don't understand. It's still the Matrix. We got a guy that we work with there. And I won't say his name on the airlines like that because
Yeah, yeah.
it's one of the people, and I don't want to like make him uncomfortable saying his name on the broadcast and shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's like there was a time when I was kind of like half asleep in the whip, and I'm hearing a
Mm.
conversation between everyone, and they're like, "Oh yeah, the Matrix doesn't exist." I'm like, "All right, let me see where this goes in it." They're like, "Oh
Yeah, yeah.
man, if you believe like all that Matrix bullshit, nah, you stupid." I'm like, okay, I'm still listening. I'm still here, but like,
Let me just hear where this goes in it. Like, let me just hear where this
yeah, let me
goes.
hear where this goes in it. Like, Because all that Matrix shit is all just like money and ooh. I'm like, exactly the point. Exactly. Because it's all the dumbass shit that doesn't make any difference is what makes the Matrix. But then the Matrix makes you make decisions and behave in accordance to it. Like, let's say you've got 3 kids, and obviously all them 3 kids gotta eat. Do you know what I mean? Maybe they might be like in the teenage stages where they eating like it's no tomorrow, fam. Oh yeah, nah, like you gotta do something about that, fam. Because if the niggas go hungry, couple 1-2 times too many, fam, they might be fucked up for the rest of their life, fam. You better like do
Yeah.
something, right? And it's like the Matrix has taught us that we need to eat 3 times a day, right? It's done that. You need to eat 3 times a day. The Matrix has taught us that, like, if you're a man of, I don't know, 25 years of age and you're not like a certain weight and you're not a certain height, then, oh yeah, you undernourished. Or some shit, some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? The Matrix did all that shit for me. And it's like, yeah, cool. We can all like sit here and pretend like all these dumbass rules that surround us don't exist. And we can pretend like this whole like money thing is a real thing. But really, I mean, we get down to the essence of how this shit works. And like most people are baffled, fam. Most people are baffled to find out that it's like, it's words. It's all words. This whole reality is words, fam. Like if I say to you, oh, you've got equity in a certain company and now you make a couple 100,000, that's words. It's all words. It's me telling
Yeah.
you this stuff. It's words.
Yeah.
If it materializes in actual figures, let's say in your bank account, then that makes the words that I spoke even stronger still. Because when I speak those words the next time, somebody else gonna have that same shit, and it's gonna have a strong effect for them to like back the shit and be like, nah, what my man says is actually legit.
Yeah.
It's words. It's like this whole reality is built on words. And I was sitting with my mum and my sister today, yeah, and I was trying to explain to them how the banking system worked. Because, like, they being like, oh, yeah, if you've got like 10,000 in the bank, then that means that, the bank got like honor that 10,000. And ooh, I'm like, yeah, do you realize in the first place, yeah, that let's say you had more than 10 grand in the bank, yeah. If you want to go and get more than 10 grand out of the bank, you have to call them in advance, like a week in
Yeah.
advance. Be like, yeah, I'm going to come on such and such a day to collect 10 grand. Please have it ready for me.
Yeah.
This is
You can't
10
just pull
grand.
off
This
the
is
thing.
not,
Yeah.
yeah, this is not like 100 grand or like like a quarter mil or like a half a mil or like a million. Like this is like 10 grand. You have to call them in
Yeah.
advance to be
Not
like, yeah,
it's not crazy
I'm
bread,
coming.
like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming to get 10 racks. Please have that ready for me by like next week or whatever. You have to call them in advance. You can't just show up to the branch and be like, yo, so basically in your bank I've got a quarter mil, but I came to get 100,000. They're gonna be like, what the fuck? You didn't even
Yeah,
call first? Hold on.
yeah,
No,
you
it
can't get
doesn't
that
work
today,
like that.
bro.
You have to call first. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bro, because there's no way they're going to let you get that. I, I tried to explain it like this. Of Think of all the pounds that are out there in circulation and then in the economy and then in people's pockets and people's homes and shit. Like all those pounds, all those are billions of pounds that are just out there. Yeah? Only 3% of that is actual cash. Only 3% of that is actual cash. So,
Yeah.
meaning, even if you had 100 bags here, you might only be able to go to the bank and get 3 bags.
Yeah.
Like if you just went there on a random ones to be like, let me see how much cash you got. Yeah, you might only be able to get 3 bags out of them because they work
And
on the
even then,
system
they're
called
gonna have a
bastion.
conversation with you in it. Even then, they're gonna be like,
They
"So
gonna
what
ask
is
you
this
like, why
for?"
you
Like,
getting in it? Why you getting this 3 bands out of them? Why you not just like transacting it through like normal transactions? Why you out here pulling out 3 bands? Like, yeah, who does that? So we just want to
yeah,
know why you're getting 3 bands out of them. It's
yeah,
not gonna
yeah,
just be a simple, oh yeah, I've got 3 bands, so I'm just gonna go to the bank and get 3 bands. They're gonna ask you a bunch of questions.
yeah. They ask you a bunch of
The main
questions.
reason, bro, the main reason why they'll do that is because they don't have that. They don't have that
Yeah,
3 bands in cash just like that, just for you to have them. They got 3 bands in cash for everyone to go to the cash machine and get like a couple hundred out. Do you know what I mean? At a time,
mm,
but they don't got enough for y'all to like show up at the place and be like, oh yeah, I want like my whole account, like what's credited in my account. I want that all in cash. They go and tell yourself, man, you better goddamn cool yourself. Unless you got
yeah,
like pennies in your shit and you go in there to get like 97p, man. Then they gonna be
yeah.
like, ah, that's crazy. Here, take that 97p. You don't. Yeah, here, that's crazy.
And give
Here,
it to you
that's so crazy
disrespectfully
for
in it.
you,
Dash
fam.
it across the counter
Oh,
and shit.
oh, that bitch gonna be like, so you want 97p out of your account, yeah? Yeah. And you gonna be like, shh, yes, please.
Why you gotta do all that bit, man? Why you gotta do
Yeah.
all
And
that?
she gonna be like, yeah, but it's 97p. Don't worry about it. Ain't nobody gonna care about all that shit. We just here so that we can try and we can make sure that you get your 97p.
And just keep
Yeah,
reiterating that it's
yeah,
97p in it.
they let you walk in that bitch and be like, I want to get 15 racks out of the bank right now, and you guys won't let me get 15 racks out of the bank. They'll be like, shh,
Yeah,
shh, chill
can you come
out.
around here?
Why,
Just can you come around here and just
shh,
talk to us? Like, you know what I mean?
yeah, why you gotta be screaming like that? You want 15? But shh, wait, man. Anyways, the policy is that you can't even get 15 bands out like that, fam. You can get 2 bands out, but then if that's if you just show up on the day. But if you call us before, then yeah, you can get the 15. But you know what I'm saying? Like it's a
Yeah,
different.
it's a whole different
It's a
energy in it.
flip the thing, fam. It's a flip the thing, fam. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I remember a couple of times walking into NatWest, fam, trying to get my last £2.98 out, fam. Yeah. And a bitch would be like, oh, you want to get £2.98 out of your account, yeah? I'll be like, shh.
why you doing all that, lady?
You ain't even got a shout like that. It's only £2.98, God. What the fuck, bitch? Yeah, chill. Yeah, all that, fam. Yeah.
Nah,
But
for real, man.
let it be some other shit like, oh yeah, six bands is in your account, and we didn't see, we can't understand where that came from, and now you want to be shouting 6,000. Just went, hey, chill out, be chill out. Why you gotta be shouting like that, be
Yeah,
like,
we're gonna go get the
put this
manager. We're gonna let
music
you talk to
in
him.
it,
Just like, why are you shouting
in
and
it.
stuff like?
All that, fam. Why you gotta shout like that? Just
Then it's
bring your superiors so I
bare
can talk to them
hospitality, isn't it?
niggas.
Bare hospitalities at
Yeah.
that point.
See, because once you put out that phrase, oh, why you shouting like that? Oh my God! Now everybody gonna come out. Everybody
Yeah,
gonna come out. Why you shouting like that? Yeah, now everybody outside now, fam. Yeah, because everybody wants to know what's being shouted about and why is this
yeah,
nigga trying to shush this lady so hard? Why he shushing her like that, fam? Yeah, nah, they all gonna come out, fam, and they all gonna witness you there for being like, yeah, but like, that I just came to get my 10 bands because, I want to like do something with it that doesn't. I mean, yeah, I just wanted the 10 bands because I just wanted it. Yeah, now you
I
out
want to
here
go strip club
trying
or
to
something.
explain.
Like, it don't matter. I just want my
Yeah,
10 bags in it.
yeah. Now you're trying to explain yourself. And now, yeah, I want to spend 10 bags to go to the strip club. Why you want to go to the strip club so bad that you got to spend 10 bags? What's that about? Yeah,
It's
don't
like
worry
giving you
about that.
intervention talk and shit in
Yeah,
it.
all that fun. Yeah, all that. Yeah, you don't even need 10 bands to go to the strip club. You only need like 3, bro. And we can do that shit in ones for you, fam, because they still got ones in Scotland, bro. I mean, swear down, bro. All that, fam. Yeah, all that.
Give you all that chat in it.
Yeah, we'll give you it in ones, but then, like, if you want it in ones, that means that we gotta wait like an extra 2 or 3 days for them to bring it from Scotland because they're the only ones that got £1 notes and shit. You know what I'm saying? All that, fam. All that, fam. All that. Yeah, but let it be
True.
97p, fam. Yeah, that bitch will let everybody know, fam.
Yeah, fam. Make it the job of her
So
day to let
this
everybody know.
nigga at 26 wants 97p out of his account. And you know what? How much is left in his account? 97p.
Breaking all sorts of like privacy laws and shit. Just shouting your business out, innit? Mad thing, yeah. Oh shit. One sec. One sec. I think someone's got a question for you, bro.
Go ahead.
If my money isn't in the bank, then where is it?
Oh,
Well,
if your money's not in the bank, where is it? Goddamn, that's a very good question. You know what it is? The sad thing is, it has to run through the banks. If you're an employee, it has to run through the banks. But if you're past the level of being an employee, your money is in assets. Your money is in trusts and trust funds. Your money is in other shit that is not belonging to you but is under your control, if that makes sense.
yeah.
That's how these guys get away with not paying taxes. Like Apple, right? Apple is an American company. They're from Silicon Valley. Everybody knows these men are from Silicon Valley. Do you know where their headquarters is from? Fucking
Well,
Ireland or Northern Ireland, bro. Do you know why that is?
mm,
Because any money that they make here goes straight to the Northern Ireland headquarters. And you know what happens in Northern Ireland? They pay no income tax.
hey,
Well, the Apple pays no income tax, which means their tax burden is slashed to literally zero
fam. You know
while they're
how
operating.
much profit that
While
gives you,
they,
fam.
my boy, I'm telling you, while they're operating in the UK, the Americas, Singapore, China, Asia, Japan, like the whole shit, yeah, they're just operating and making all this money, and all their money goes to a place where they don't pay income tax. That's the difference between us guys, the little guys, quote quote, and the other guys, quote quote, the upper guys. But
The
I'll
big
say it like
wigs.
this. I'll say it like this. The difference between us guys and them guys is like we steady playing checkers out here. I'm thinking that we winning and shit. But these men are playing like 4D chess, bro.
Yeah, word.
These men are on some other type shit, fam. They got pieces on boards that are higher that we can even see, fam. And they
And lower.
moving them bitches accordingly, fam. And every time they move them bitches, it does some shit for us. It affects us. But anytime we do anything on our checkers board, it does nothing because they're not playing the same game.
Yeah,
Understand?
yeah.
It's it's a different thing, fam. Like I said, I was trying to explain this to my mum and my sister before, but it's like I ended up getting to a point where I was like, you know what, man,
It's
I
all right.
think they're just gonna be like, you talking too much. I'm gonna just leave it at this, fam. Because like I'm trying to tell you,
It's easy to
this
lose
whole
people in it. It's
and
yeah.
this whole money thing is fake, fam. It's not even been real since like the 70s, fam. When they said,
Way
"Oh yeah,
before that,
nah,
bro.
we're not." Oh, I mean, yeah, before that, but then like when it officially ended and became like this thing that we have now,
Right.
that's like the 70s, like 4 years ago now, fam. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Approaching 45 years ago now, that shit. And it's like the money stopped being money way before we were even born. You
Mm,
understand? We came into
mm,
this shit when money was it wasn't even a thing like that. It wasn't, and I was trying to explain to them also how like all these other like economies stay afloat while everyone else is fucked up, right? And it's like, all right, in the case of, let's say, Zimbabwe or Venezuela or some other place that's like fucked like that, yeah. It's like,
right.
of course, that they don't they don't have they don't. In the first place, the thing that keeps the US dollar strong is the fact that everyone else has to have US dollars so that they
Yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
buy oil and shit, ooh, etc., etc. Boom. Yeah, so that's them man covered. The thing that keeps the pound strong is the fact that everybody's money has to come through here at some
Mm.
point, whoever you are, because all all okay, okay, I won't say all.
No, no,
I'll
go, bro. It's all right,
say,
man.
I'll say, I'll say 85% of all the money laundering havens of the world, yeah, they all have their roots in the city of London, which is why the
Yeah,
city of London in its like in its entirety as a square mile has never been conquered because that's where all that shit lives. That's where all
yeah.
like they store the gold, and
It's
that's where
the
all the
Switzerland
financial
effect in it.
districts and
It's like you can't fuck up where the
that
money
one,
is, bro.
fam. It's like you can't fuck with them niggas because them niggas got the whole bank, fam. You fuck with them
Yeah,
niggas, then like you destabilizing your shit by default, fam.
yeah.
So nobody's ever done that, and the only reason why the pound, even now, yeah, when it should, when it should have gone well past the point where a pound is $1.18, and it should have probably gone to the point where like a pound is $1 like 75 or 70. It should like it really should be at that point, but it's not. You know why it's not? Because
Right.
everybody's money comes through here, fam. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter what currency it is. You trying to hide that shit, it's going to turn to pounds, and then it's going to disappear, fam. That's because that's how it works, fam. It's going to turn to
yeah.
pounds, and it's going to disappear, fam,
Into some other
somewhere
shit.
into some other economy or some other shit. It's going to disappear. You'll still be able to get your P's and do your thing or whatever, but like that same deposit that you made, quote quote, yeah, that's gone. Don't worry about that. We took care of
Yeah.
that. We've
Your
watched that
money's still the
several
numbers
times
still
now.
show on your account and stuff, but
Oh
the
yeah,
actual
yeah,
cash is
yeah,
gone. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Like you put 100 million into a Panama account. Oh yeah, nah, like yeah. For all intents and purposes, that money doesn't exist, bro. You put a hundred
yeah,
million into a sinking hole, basically, and
yeah,
you still
yeah.
have access to 100 millions worth of like doing stuff, but you just
But it's through
don't
our
have
channels.
it in it. So now it's clean, it's washed now.
Yeah,
And it's like that's the mechanism that protects the pound from being worse off than it is, worse off
yeah,
than, let's say, the euro, because the euro is not having a good time at the moment. It's really
yeah,
not.
yeah,
At one point, it was very close to being like the pound, but I mean, it keeps slipping and slipping further and further away at this point. If I mean, maybe I'm just saying that, and I'm not like privy to the actual numbers and shit. But it's like, yeah, all that trickery and all them things there, fam, it's catching up now to the pound, fam. And it's like,
Yeah, definitely,
yeah, nah,
definitely.
the dollar's 118, bro. That's just what it is, fam. This is 118, fam. Oh, oh yeah, nah, the euro. Oh yeah, nah, you know what I'm saying? Every pound is like a euro 20. Where it used to be like 1:2 for both. Where it used
Bro,
to be like, oh yeah, if I got 200 quid, then I got 500 American dollars, or I got 500 euros. It's not like that anymore, bro. It's
nah,
not
it's
like
definitely
that
not.
anymore.
Yeah,
No,
that shit's
no.
sinking.
If I got 500 quid, yeah, it might as well be 500 euros, because that shit is going to be like 485 euros or something like that. It's the same, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be much that different. And the same with the dolphin. If I want to change my 500 quid into American dollars, it's going to be about 485, 490, somewhere there. Yeah, somewhere there. And it's like people people seldom like have the time actually to really sit back and peel the layers away and be like, oh, so this is how the shit works. It's only me and some other people that I know that have had some stints of not being in work or whatever, not being employed, quote quote. That yeah, you at that point you got all the time, fam. You got all the time, fam.
I keep
You
talking.
got
I'll be back in a
nothing
sec.
but
Go
time,
on.
fam. And it's like, while you've got nothing but time, all you can ever do is keep finding out about the shit that's around you, fam. And like, yeah, when I had time, oh my god, the things I found out, fam. The shit, it's like, yo, when I had time, yeah, I was I was tuned into like analysts and economists and all these other people. And I remember being like 2020, early 2021, actually, in fact. And I remember telling people that, like, oh, yeah, nah, uh, I've been watching a bunch of people and they telling me, like, oh, all these things that we like so trusty in and shit, and all we put in our monies in and shit, like all these Facebooks and all these Netflixes and all these other guys, fam. Yeah, they gonna have a fucked up time soon, fam. Cause some shit about to go down, and it's not gonna just be as juicy as it is for these men at the moment. So yeah, right now they might be valued at dot dot dot, but like I mean, yeah, if you give it another like 6 to 8 months, they'll be valued at dot dot dot, and it might be a bad entry point. But now it's looking like, man, all them companies we was talking about and being like, oh, they're gonna be worth dot dot dot. Oh yeah, nah, they're gonna be worth dot dot now. It's much less, and it's it's still a good position to get in for some of them, but like some of that shit, it's like, yeah, y'all showed your hand too much. Like Netflix showed their hand way too much, fam. They got they tried to make everyone else feel like, oh yeah, nah, they ain't even no competition. But it's like, you guys are new still, you know what I mean? And like shit changes, and you guys ain't been through one of the shit changes moments to like act like the way that you're acting. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like go through the shit changes moments and then be a thing that stuck, i.e. the streaming platforms and all that shit. It's like shit changes, but you gotta be one of those motherfuckers that like stuck, fam. And right now, it's like every Tom, Dick, and Harry fam got their own streaming platform, and now it's looking like Netflix can't stick fam. They can't stick it fam because there's Apple TV, there's Disney Plus, there's fucking Prime, there's all this other shit. Like in other, even in other countries, there's all these other services. Like in Canada, there's something called shit. What's that shit called that Terrence always bring up from movie portal or something like that? Yeah, Canadians. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Please let me know if I'm wrong. But this thing, movie pool, lets you watch bro. When I say every single channel that is broadcast live on this god green earth, fam, you can watch it, bro. You want to watch New Zealand local news, fam? Today you can watch that shit, fam. It's like, okay, we Netflix and we're trying to like be competitive and we're trying to like do our own thing and like make our own movies. And yeah, it's cool, but it's like you can't ever compete with the whole earth. Because if I want to watch Saudi Arabian TV on this movie portal thing, I can do that. If I want to watch South African TV on this movie portal, I can do that. If I want to watch goddamn, I don't know, I want to watch some Ethiopian movies about like some shit and yeah, like Bollywood type shit, but like from Ethiopia or whatever. I can do that, bro, because they have them channels and they're running 24/7, 64 of the shit, 365 days a week. Sorry, my maths was a bit fucked up. Yeah, they can do that, bro. And it's like, they started to realize, like, shit, we could not be able to compete with this shit. And then they started taking a closer look at the numbers now, because obviously all until now they what they call it, their valuation was based on the fact that they had a certain amount of users. But it's like we're losing users now because motherfuckers cannot afford to pay that $7.99 all the time just to have 3 screens. We'd rather pay $7.99 as a group of people and have 3 screens because ain't nobody gonna be watching 3 screens all at the same time. There's gonna be one in this household, another in another household, and another in another household. And that's how we've been operating. It's been like 2 years now. I think 3 at least. For me, I can say it's been at least like maybe like 4 or 5 years operating in that same kind of scheme where it's like somebody's got a Netflix thing and then I've got the password for the thing. I just log in and watch some shit whenever. And then, you know what I'm saying? If it logs me out, it logs me out. But I log back in again and then I watch my shit and we just do our thing. It's just been like that for like the last maybe like 4 years. I don't think I personally myself have paid for a Netflix subscription, which sounds kind of like shitty, but then like I just haven't because like why would I pay that £8 when someone else is already paying that £8 and they've got 5 screens, meaning at any one point 5 people can be streaming. Like why pay £8 when somebody else is already paying £8 and I can just watch it off their shit and they just pass me their password from. Like,
Didn't Netflix gonna try and like limit that though?
No, it's illegal now. They have to.
Oh,
They are trying to limit that shit. Bro. Do you know that right now? Yeah, it's illegal for you to pass your Netflix password to someone.
that's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's like that, fam. But then
That's crazy.
my question was, how illegal is that shit, though? Like, how illegal is that shit? Like, am I gonna go to jail? Am I gonna get fined? Are they gonna cut my shit
Well,
off? Are they
it
gonna
more
let
than
me
likely,
not gonna be able to do that shit or what?
it's more than likely the illegal is probably like in regards to their terms of service. Like, because for you to go to jail, they would have to change like the law of the country so that it's an actual law. Do you get
Right.
what I
So
mean?
that just means that they're gonna block my shit on that, like my email address or whatever. It's cute. I'll just make another email address and we'll have another account, and then yeah, we gonna keep it rocking just like that. Fam.
Just like
Yeah,
that,
I'm
bro.
paying the same. Yeah, I'm paying the same 77.99 a month, and motherfuckers still gonna be sharing my shit. I'm gonna just make sure that, you know what I'm saying, they know that after 12 guys, let it just be me that logs in, fam. Because if you don't, we all gonna be fucked up out here, fam.
Yeah,
Just
legit.
like that, bro. And we living, fam. And we living just like that, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, man. And you just keep it
So these
pushing it.
niggas, and so these niggas out here talking about, oh yeah, nah, it's illegal now. And yeah, it's illegal. But yeah, you ain't even, you see, you bluffing. You bluffing like a motherfucker. You know how I know you bluff? Because you ain't even come out and say how severe the punishment will be, fam. So you bluffing. It's not
They're just
illegal,
using
fam.
words to
Y'all
scare
just,
people in it.
yeah, y'all just like trying to scare motherfuckers. Oh yeah, we still gonna be sharing passwords like a motherfucker, fam. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I just realized that I still got my mum's password for her Netflix. Yeah, I'm gonna log
Don't
in.
bait the
I'm
thing
gonna
up,
log
bro.
into
Don't
that
bait,
shit.
don't bait it up, though.
Nah, cause bro, this is what I mean. They ain't gonna do shit, bro. They ain't gonna do nothing. What is they
Mm,
gonna do? They gonna lock her account off because I said I'm using it. But then she gonna dispute it and be like, "Yo, he ain't used it for years,"
yeah, and then what?
and she gonna be like, "I've been paying this for years."
And I've been
Talking
using it.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fuck, yeah. So it's gonna continue the same way. I'ma still be using my mom's account. It's still gonna be lit, fam. I don't know what these niggas is talking about, fam. Niggas out here, fam. In fact, yeah, there was a laptop and the TV was logged into the Netflix, and there was somebody's phone that was connected to the Netflix at the crib. That's three screens, bro. Like, listen, don't tell me that I can't do this thing, because I promise you, fam, I will find a way to do this thing, fam. Don't share passwords. Don't worry about that, fam. We ain't gonna share passwords. We gonna all have the same passwords, but we ain't gonna share that bitch, fam. Yeah, how about them apples, fam? Yeah,
Oh
that's
shit! I
how
got
we
someone
gonna get this
responding to
shit
you.
cracking, fam.
One sec, because Alison's got something to say to what you said as well.
Mm.
I feel like paying for your own streaming service is a very adult thing versus like
Yeah.
mooching off of people's
That's what
other
you're going
people's
to take it,
subscriptions
B.
is very
Wow, that's what
childlike
you're taking it. That's
behavior.
what you're getting from
I don't
this
know, that's
whole
just how I feel.
conversation. That's what you're getting. That's what you're taking it from this whole conversation. That's what you're getting. Listen, it's not about me mooching from anybody. It's just the fact that these people, yeah, they thought that they could dictate consumer habits here by being like, oh, you're not allowed to do that. But it's like, yeah, listen, we've already been doing this for the last like 7 years. Fuck is you talking about, fam? With like this is what we do, fam. We share passwords, fam. Like, bro, listen, even if I paid for the Netflix subscription myself, yeah, I still share that shit with my little brother. I still share that shit with my little sister. I still share that shit with my cousins and Zim. Like whoever, fam, whoever asked me for that password, yeah, it's yours here because I pay for it. This is what I mean. It's the same shit, bro. It's the same principle, but then you wanted to get granular with it and be like, oh, yeah, if you out here mooching off of other people. Lady, do you know, you don't even know how my shit is set up at my house. I might be helping to pay that Netflix subscription. And you out here talking about music. Yeah, it's a very adult thing to be doing. See, because you got the whole wrong end of the whole conversation. The whole conversation was not about that. It's about these men trying to take advantage of the little man and trying to stick it to the little man, while the little man's like, yo, you can suck these two nuts I'm holding in my left hand/right hand, whichever hand they elect to use to hold their nuts from. You missed it. Because these niggas is sticking it to us like, oh, all y'all niggas is thieves, so fuck y'all niggas. And yeah, all that. But it's like, nah, chill out. Because we pay
It was
y'all
the
niggas.
people that made you lit in it. It was
We
sharing the
we
passwords.
we
It was all that made you lit in it.
we were the ones that paid y'all niggas, yeah, and we were the ones that made it so that even if it was like, oh, only uh only let's say a third of your user base is the ones that's like paying for the subscription. Bunch of whole other motherfuckers is watching your shit and watching your ads and shit and making sure all your peoples is paid. Fuck you talking about? Yo, listen, man, they're not about to stick it on us like that, fam. Because we still gonna find a way to make sure that if I pay for it, yeah, my little brother's not paying for it, fam, and my little
Yeah,
sister's not paying for it, and my other cousins ain't paying for that shit, fam. Because I pay for that shit already, fam.
yeah. So
Understand?
why?
So why should it be that I pay for it and then everyone else pays for it as well, fam? Nah, 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 nah. See, she sound like she come from a privileged home where everybody like, you know what I'm saying, they got their own like wing in the crib and they gotta make sure that like they cars like filled with petrol by themselves and all them things there. Nah, we didn't come from that fam. I come from a family where like we used to sleep like nine of us in the living room, fam. You know what I'm saying? Like that we didn't have all that fam. I'm from like, yeah, I got something, we all got something fam. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, my wing, your wing. Yeah, make sure your thing is legit, fam, because my thing. Nah, it's not like that, bro. I came from like, if my thing is legit, yeah, then all our thing is legit, fam. Otherwise, nobody's thing is legit, fam. And we still out here, fam. And we still out here, fam. To this day, fam. So I don't even want to hear nobody coming on here talking about, oh, yeah, it's the adult thing to do. Yo, all these big ass conglomerate companies, yeah, they got. Listen, if I start right now, yeah, let's say even a free trial, yeah, to like start, let's say Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever, yeah, they have insurance on the fact that my free trial is not going to turn out to be money, fam. They get paid for that shit anyways. Talk to me now, fam. Let's talk right now, fam.
Well, you heard him,
That's
Allison.
what I
Like,
mean, fam.
talk to him. You know what I mean?
Allison,
If it's like
I
this is
don't mean to
the
get
point
your
in it to
neck
have
like
good
that.
conversation and shit.
You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to get your neck like that. But like you gotta understand, like I'm coming from a different kind of way of looking at shit. You know what I'm saying? And maybe if I'm wrong, please correct me 1,000%. I'm always willing to be corrected. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, I come from I come from nine motherfuckers sleeping in the living room. Fam. There's two couches. Fam. The eldest of the nine motherfuckers sleep on the couches, but even they gotta be careful because they can't just be sleeping on the couches any kind of house, and they gotta like
Yeah,
be, you know what I'm saying, they gotta like be straight and civil with their shit. Otherwise, when people wake up the next day and see the niggas with their shit like starfished on the sofas, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? This nigga ain't never
yeah,
sleeping on no sofas again, fam. He ground
yeah,
relegated, fam. It's like
yeah,
that, bro. That's
yeah,
where I'm coming from, fam. That's you know what I'm saying. So when I'm saying, yeah, we share Netflix passwords, yeah, nah, that's the least of it, fam. If me and my people then shared more than Netflix passwords, fam. So a Netflix password is a minor thing from if I got that, yeah, then my cousin got that. And you know what I'm saying? His kid, even his kids got all that too, fam. You know what I'm saying? It's that way, fam.
Yeah.
So listen, I hear what you're saying. What was the little girl's name?
Alison. Alison.
Alison. I hear what you're saying, but like, yo, I think we're approaching this conversation from two different dimensions. You hear me? And not even to like try and alienate you or nothing like that. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, I hear that. Yeah, and it's an adult thing to do, quote, quote, because bills and that, you know what I'm saying? But like, I got a bunch of other bills to pay for. I got fucking water bills to pay for. I got goddamn the internet to pay for. I got goddamn all the other shit. And on top of that, and on top of me paying for the internet, where I can just log on and watch anything I want, now I'm paying for a Netflix subscription. Unnecessary. It's
Yeah.
unnecessary, but I would, quote, quote, do it for the convenience of being like, oh yeah, I'll watch some Netflix or whatever. But really and truthfully, if I pay for an internet connection, yeah, I need none of those services, because I can literally get on Google right now and
Yeah.
type in whatever movie I want, free HD, and I'll watch that bitch, fam. Free in HD.
Yeah. Legit. Legit. And then what? And then you'll be accused
Yeah,
of like,
and then what? What are these studio guys gonna say to me then, fam? Now that I've watched Avatar, whatever the new Avatar thingy is, fam. What are they gonna say to me? Oh, you shouldn't have watched it there because
you have
oh
to
yeah,
unwatch it.
no, I've
You
already
have to
watched
unwatch
it.
it.
I watched it in 4K. What now? What now?
Yeah. Hold on, because I think Alison has said something. One sec.
So I currently live at home, and when I'm at home, I use my dad's Netflix. But
You're right.
when I'm not at home and I'm not living at home, and
Right.
eventually when I'm living on my own, it
Right.
is a goal of mine to be able to pay for my own shit. It's something to
No,
work
that's fair.
towards. For me
No, that's
personally, it would be like a mark of accomplishment, like, and an acknowledgement that I made it out of a difficult situation and transcended into a different situation in life where I'm able to pay for everything on my own. And that way, it's solely mine. And despite all the struggle and the hardship, like, this is something that I have that makes me feel good about myself, that I'm able to provide for myself and be able to do that. So not like, I don't know, man.
I don't know. Maybe I kind of bit your head off a bit, Ellison, than I am. Sorry. I didn't mean to bite your head off like that. Do you know what I mean? But like, yeah, nah. Um, I'll say it like this. Maybe in that sense, that's like a cool thing that it's like become a goal or whatever for like people to aspire to and be like, I pay for my own shit, like like a mobile phone contract. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I pay for my own shit. It's cool. It's cool. But then it's like you what? How do I say this without sounding
Just
like
talk,
I'm trying
bro.
to
Just
like
talk.
be thing? It's like once you once you graduate into the adult world, yeah, and then you start realizing that all of these people, there's not a single one of these people that is not finessing you from. Okay, I'll put it like this: you get a phone contract, yeah, for let's say 12 months. That doesn't happen anymore in this day and age. But you get a phone contract for 12 months, right? Boom. That's you for 12 months. You're just there paying however much it is for the 12 months, right? Cool. But then let's say within those 12 months, you're not able to pay that set amount, do you know what happens? You know what happens if you're not able to pay that set amount? An insurance company, yeah, is immediately involved. Let's say like in your contract you have 24 days in which to pay up your shit. If by the 23rd day you haven't paid your shit, yeah, on the 24th day, that insurance company is activated, fam. And now let's say if the people that you're dealing with decide, oh, you know what, yeah, we're not even trying to like carry on dealings with this person anymore. You know what happens? The debt gets sold off them. So you owed, let's say, AT&T. You owed AT&T $300 at this point in the term of your contract. Yeah, you owed AT&T $300. Now, some other intermediate company is going to come in and buy that debt from AT&T, which is worth $300, but they're going to pay them $15. So they take that thing and like for them, that's an assured like way of getting money because all they have to do is call you and be like, "Hey, are you Alison Whoop de Whoop?" And then you gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I'm Alison Whoop de Whoop." And then they gonna be like, "Oh yeah, did you know that you owed these people 200 and whoop de whoop dollars, and now you're on the hook to those people at that insurance company for 200 and whoop de whoop dollars." That's how it works. It's like, yo, if you never answer the phone to that insurance company, yeah, the wickedest thing is they still also going to get paid as well, fam. They're also still going to get paid, fam. Because they've also got insurance on that insurance that they're buying from that other company, fam. You feel what I'm saying? Like everybody gets paid except you, fam.
Yeah.
That's the point when I feel like if you ask me that when you get to that realization, like everybody gets paid except for you, that's when you become a real a seasoned adult in this life game, fam. And
Yeah.
now you can either go one of two ways with it, fam. You can be like, yo, everybody else gets paid except for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat the system as much as I can and get as much as I can out of it. And then that'll be that in it because everybody else gets paid. Even the people that I'm cheating is going to get paid back. So it will be
Yeah.
out. Or you could be like, oh, everybody else gets paid and I don't. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to come out the game.
Right.
There's two choices. And it's like, yeah, man, I realized as much as I'd like to come out of the game, where I'd want to run to, the game is in full effect now, fam.
Yeah.
It's already happening. The game is already being played now. Niggas is rolling dice and shuffling cards and shit. It's already too late. The game is like
Going on.
the
It's
game is
active.
afoot, fam. It's
In
going
it.
hard, like he's saying, fam. So that means whichever way I play the shit, I still gotta play the cards, fam.
Yeah.
Whichever cards that I'm holding, I'm still gonna have to like play those cards, fam. And I've realized now, like, yo, all right, check it out. Like Bobby Fischer, yeah, the greatest chess player ever. That's what they said, fam. According to stats, according to like age, according to like every statistic that could make somebody like the best, yeah. Like he had that, fam. He broke records when he was like 14 and became like the first youngest grandmaster and all this
All
shit,
that shit.
yeah. Like and
Yeah.
he yeah. And it's like, at some point, the game got too much for him and he quit, fam. And he was only in like early 30s when he like quit. And then after that year, the first time when he actually played, he must have been like in his like 60s or 70s or something like that, fam. And it's like, you could do that. Do you know what I mean? You could realize that the game is rigged and like come out of it and then like play it again when you're like 60, 70 or whatever. But then that's not going to help the people that are coming behind you. If you realize that the game is rigged, yeah, you in your mind should be like, boom, there's a way that I can rig it to my favor, i.e., let's say the neighbors have electricity and I don't, fam. I could talk to the neighbors and strike a chord with the neighbors and have a nice conversation with the neighbors and be like, yo, check it out. You know what I'm saying? We'll give you like, I don't know, whatever, like half of whatever the bill's worth if you guys just like supply us this like
It's
cross
nice,
line
isn't it?
that gives us like some low electricity or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm I'm making deals at this point. I'm not holding the whole bill, but I'm still putting something towards it. But then it's not mine. Do you know what I mean? And it's like
Yeah.
we have to get to that point where we realize like, yo, none of this shit is yours anyways, fam. You say you own a house, yeah, that's cool, fam. You say you own land, yeah, that's gravy, fam. You say you own this and you own that, yeah, that's beautiful, fam. But what it really is you borrowing that shit. You leasing that shit. You might not be borrowing or leasing that shit in a capacity that you understand in the sense of like, oh yeah, nah, so I'm gonna borrow this for like a little bit and then like you go and do your thing and then like if anything happens then cool. But then it's like you might be borrowing that shit in the sense of like, oh, so you want to own this piece of land, but actually this piece of land is already owned by someone else and like we can give you the rights to use this land, but then you'd have to give us a percentage of whatever, like a record label, like a
Yeah.
record label
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like if you want
Exactly.
to like use this piece of land, yeah, we'll let you. You know what I'm saying? As long as that you provide that, oh yeah, as long as you provide that the proof of being like, oh yeah, no, when I get on this land, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and it's gonna like be beneficial like this for the people that are like shareholders, etc., 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 etc. It's you know what I mean. I don't know. Maybe I felt like maybe I went on a little bit.
No, I get what you mean because I was literally just thinking it is like the same concept as a record label. Like it's
Oh yeah.
essentially you get some
Oh
shit
yeah. What
and
we
you
got?
think, oh shit, I
This.
got this shit, but really they lending it to you. Like the
Oh
whole
yeah. No.
premise is based on the fact that they're lending it, and then they'll just continue to lend, and you'll continue to owe in perpetuity. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Like,
They're just letting you borrow that shit for a sec, bro.
mhm.
They're just letting you hold that shit for a sec, bro. And the wickedest thing is, at the time when you think like, oh, I've got enough leverage for me to like stand myself up out of this shit. It's yeah, nah, you don't. You didn't even in the beginning. You know,
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Like you never even, you never were going to be in a position from the beginning where you could have some leverage, quote, quote, and like try and get yourself, because that it was designed so that you would never get yourself out of the shit, i.e., a Netflix contract. Guys, has anyone ever read that shit and read the terms and conditions? Everybody just signed up and started paying, right? They didn't read what it said. Yeah, it's just the same way that when you get a new phone, there's terms and conditions. You skip that shit because you're so excited to get your new phone
get your new
and to get
phone in
that
it.
shit started. You skip that shit. Yeah. Do you know
Yeah,
what's
sign that
inside
phone.
those terms and those conditions? Yeah, you don't. I bet you don't, fam. Yeah. And I bet most people don't need it, fam. I bet you most people ain't ever even gave that shit a second thought, fam. I was gonna wipe my seat down, dog.
Gotta say, but like it's going to left. But yeah, it's pretty good. Like when they do it, my point of view anyway. But yeah, man, it's yeah. Look,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I tend to like get a bit like I tend to get a bit excited when people like buy on shit like this. Do you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
it just gets me like it just gets me going. Like this is my thing. It just gets me. Yeah, it just makes me go like that. Do you know what I mean? And then sometimes I think like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have gone like that because then like it makes it seem like this or it makes it seem like that. But then at the same time, it's like, yo, I gotta like also speak my mind while I'm out here. Do you know what I mean? And like, yo,
That's the important thing, man. That's the important thing. It's
I
like,
get,
while you have something to
yeah,
say, it's important to say something. Do you get what I mean? Because it's
that
easy
part,
to
and I get,
talk about the typical stuff, you know what I mean? But I think it's important while we have the opportunity to
you know what
say
I
something
mean?
that's, it's like you said, like if you've got the wisdom to give to help someone else, because where someone else might say, oh, that went left. Someone else will be like, bro, like this is the shit that I needed to hear. You know what I mean? Like no one's talking about this sort of shit. So,
That one,
oh, man, you got to talk on the things, you know what I
that
mean?
one. And yeah, Alison, again, please don't feel like I'm attacking you personally. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to like come after you or anything like that. Nah, it's not like that, fam. It's just like the way that I see the chessboard versus how others sees the checkerboard. It it hurts my spirit because it's like, yo, guys, don't you understand? Like we in like 4D chess right now, fam. I'm playing 3D right now, fam. I'm getting fucked up. I'm getting fucked up just the same as everybody else that's playing checkers, fam. It's fucking me up, fam. Because I'm like, yeah, I could be playing 5D, but I'm here like trying to do the 3D thing and trying to like explain to you like all the checkers players like, yo, there's another game here that's being played. But then like I could just play the other game. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
I could just jump into the other game and play the other game and be one of those other players that's like in the game that's like doing that thing, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it might go like that, or maybe it might be like, oh yeah, this is another player that crashed him. But who knows? Who knows? But yeah, like I say, I'm a I'm a player of the game that's more interested in helping other players of the game get further, if that makes sense.
I hear what you're
Oh,
saying, and for me, that's a bit of a nihilistic view in terms of I am prone to depression and be depressive. Like, for me to view the world as, I mean, like you were saying, how it's either learn how to finesse better than them or get out. And those are the only two options. I guess there's a part of me that like is deeply uncomfortable with that reality, and like intellectually I understand that, but I don't know, I still try to have hope and belief that like I can be in but do it my way. Because I don't want to give up or cave in. I don't want to feed.
you know the thing about the game is, the game, the game is the game, and you see how man be like, oh yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game. You heard the people say that shit lots of times, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game. It's like Yeah. I mean, yeah, at some point, like, you can be mad at the game because the game's, yeah, it's multifaceted and no one ever said anything about it being multi-layered and it being 5D chess or 10D chess. No one ever said anything about that. They just said, go play the game. It's cool, yeah. But, like, we're here now. And, like I'm saying, it's cool. Like, it's fine. Like, if you want to, like, I don't know. If you want to, like, not be in your full power and your full strength, yeah, that's cool. Also, because that's allowed. Like, I feel like a lot of our parents and the previous generation were not in their full power. They were just going about things, and then, like, oh, people happened, and then, oh my god, another people happened, and oh yeah, cool, look at that. But
I think a really interesting way to look at it. And Alison, thank you as well, man. We appreciate your input as well. Let's hold on. Let's air horn up a bit for Alison. You know, yeah, all of that. Now, you know what I think it is. There's a few things that apply here. I think one thing is, like, ultimately knowledge is no defense, in the sense of, she said, like, you know, intellectually she sort of understands the concept of what you're understanding, but kind of the pragmatic way of approaching and living life, you know, thing. And I think that something that I don't want to say I came up with it, but I didn't hear it anywhere else. It just kind of came to me one day that I think is kind of cool. And there's a really nihilistic, deep, dark way of looking at it, but then there's also really a freeing way of looking at it. But the saying is, nothing really matters because we are the matter. And when I kind of thought of that in my mind,
amen. Lots of times.
The idea is, like, you said that you're somebody that, you know, suffered with, like, you know, depression and stuff like that. And I hear that in it because I've got, like, family members, I've got, you know, friends that have been through, you know, similar things. And even me myself, I personally don't ever claim depression. Like, I personally will never say that I've had that, because I think the power in words is a different thing. So I'll never personally say that I've had depression, because I'm just not going to put that over myself. But when I look up, like, the symptoms and the things, I can definitely say that I've felt those things at periods of in my life, in it. And the first thing to understand is that, one, none of it's your fault. You were born into a broken world, a world that you'll never be able to fix. No matter how good of a person you try to be or how optimistic you look at the world, ultimately everything and all of us are doomed, and there's nothing that anybody can do about it. But on the other hand,
ultimately all of us are doomed.
Oh no, bro! Listen to me. It's fucked. Like, once you really kind of get, and even as much as you understand, you won't even understand the deeper ramifications of life outside of this dimension and all of that different shit. Yeah, what we get into.
If you tried,
what I'm saying is, when you kind of conceptualize it, you understand that really the trajectory this shit is on, it's fucked, innit? There's nothing that, no one man can have all that power. Anybody that comes close, they kill that nigga. Jesus Christ, Martin Luther, there's bare people. Anybody that comes close, they kill that nigga, because there's a system in place that doesn't allow it. One sec. Let me land. Let me land, and then you jump in. Because we're gonna go on a tangent in it, because I want to respond to what Alison's saying. So there's that element of it. Nothing really matters. Do you get me? Because it's fucked in it. But the other side of it is, in the realization that nothing really matters, what that allows you to do conceptually is be free of the burden of the things that we worry about in life. And that sounds really simple, but what I mean is, if nothing really matters and we're doomed anyway, then Why think so much about the dumb things that we think about? Why get so caught up in the trivial, everyday things that we allow to consume our time and our energy? Why not spend this precious time that we have, this gift called life, which is very fleeting? You know what I mean? Like, Will and I lost a brethren not too long ago. Rest in peace, Travis. We love you forever. And
For real.
air horns, actually. Hold on. Let's turn that shit down. Right? And I say that to say that life is such a precious gift. You know how many things have to happen, like, every day for you to wake up in the morning? Like, your heart is a muscle that beats every day until you die. And if it stops beating, there has
Yeah.
to be intravenous, immediate
Yeah,
action to help it. You know what I mean?
yeah. If it's
Your blood.
not that day, if it's not that day, then it's coming.
Do you get what I mean? And it's like, bro, your stomach has to produce a layer of mucus every 6 weeks. I want to say that might not be the right time scale, but it has to essentially produce a different, another layer of mucus so that it doesn't digest itself. You don't have any conscious control of that. Your brain is a mass that controls so many neurons and entities that communicate with one another in such synchronization and tandem, where if you reach out your left hand, you don't think about reaching out your left hand, you just do it. But in you doing that, there's a whole system, a universe that exists inside of you that is making you work. And all of these things are working in perfect synchronicity, just so you can wake up in the morning, or just so you can say hi to your
Yeah,
friends, or just so you
yeah.
can watch something on Netflix.
Just so you
All of
can
these
scratch your head with
amazing
your left
things are
hand.
happening
Yeah.
just so you can do that. And the beautiful gift of nihilism, outside of the sadness, I guess, is there's a freedom that comes with it. It's like, yo, if nothing really matters, then we are the matter. Like, we create the matter. We are the matter. Like, we give meaning to life. There is no meaning to life. All of the philosophies, not that they all lie to you. There is no meaning to life. We are the meaning to life. The Bible says, he said, let there
The
be light.
people.
The
Yeah.
Bible also says that God made man in his image. Now, let's not get caught up on the words man and woman. Let's not, just human, whatever you want to say in it.
All that.
But the concept is that we are the matter. We are the things that give meaning to life. We are the reason that we can fall in love, that you can meet somebody
We
and you
the
can have a
word.
whole thing with them and fall
We
in
the
love. You
word.
can have heartbreak. You can have good times,
Yeah.
bad times. Like,
All
you can
that.
have all of this shit.
Because
You know what I
we're
mean?
the word. Because we're the
Because
word.
we the
The
work,
word that
we the word, we the currency, we all of it.
we are the word that man spoke and said, let there be light. We
Do you
it,
get it?
fam. We that, fam.
Because it
Fam.
says that God made man in his image. What does that mean? Well,
Amen.
we
And
are that
here we
God,
are
fam. Like, we
standing.
that.
Yeah.
We that.
And
You
here
know what I
we are
mean?
standing. Yeah.
And
On
so
two
when you
legs,
get people that are like,
like no other bipeds on two legs, scratching our heads at the same time, coming up with skyscrapers and scratching our heads and coming up with parachutes and scratching our heads and coming up with I don't know, some other shit. You know what I'm saying? Submarines and shit. Like, yeah. All it took was some nigga to scratch their head and be like, huh, we can do things a little different. That's all it took. And now we out here. Look at us. We got black mirrors in our hands. We got black mirrors somewhere in the room at some point. We got all that shit like everywhere. From. You know what I'm saying? It's like all that shit was like somebody conceptualized that shit and was like, imagine if there was like a screen that could like show you things. And now here we are. Don't we have
yeah,
all that shit in our hands and
and now
all
we
those
on
capabilities
stereo
in
having a
our hands?
conversation while
Yeah,
you may be on Netflix watching something because somebody had an idea. And that's the whole point. Like,
yeah,
that's what I'm wanting to get to in it. It's like the whole point of it is what it is. you know, like, and I understand that people deal with life in different ways, and a lot of people through their own experiences, you know, maybe traumatic things, stuff like that. Like, people carry baggage in it, and baggage usually is the lens that we view this thing called life through. And so saying to one person like, shit, you know, it just is what it can sound a bit blunt. And it's not to be blunt, it's just to say,
a little bit.
the one beautiful thing that we have in life is free will. And and free my guy Will too. and what that means is just not just the freedom of choice, but it means the freedom of will. It means that anything you can kind of do in this life, if you can do it, you can do it.
Yeah.
It means not to minimize how anyone feels, not to not be considerate to those things, but it means that somebody who is depressed can say, you know what, I'm not depressed, and can speak that to power, and that can manifest itself. Now, the thing with that is that it doesn't always work as smoothly as that. Again, the Bible also says, without faith, without work is dead. You know what I mean? But even to what I was saying before, like when I said the thing about depression, how I will never claim that in it, because another thing that we weren't really taught about, even though we were taught about it, words, the things that we say, all of this shit. I always big up my guy Will, because he's from Africa and he's from Zim. Speaks Shona, that's like his mother tongue, that's his mother language. English, apart from patois, if you want to count that, but English is the only language that I speak. No, it counts, and it serves a purpose. But what I'm trying to explain is, like, the English language itself is a cursed language in it. I don't want to sound too wokey and crystals and shit. I don't want to turn anyone away. Like, I'm not trying to do that. But I studied English language and linguistics, like at uni and shit. Like, I studied the shit. I'm not just talking out my ass crack. Like, I studied the shit. And I also, as a kid, grew up in church, and then kind of realized the lie of Christianity and all that shit you go through and all that shit. And
the stuff that
what
happens.
I understand about words is that you can attest to this. There are words in certain languages that aren't derived in the kind of Gaelic, English-based, European-based languages that there's not a direct translation for. Like, there's just not something that translates directly into that. What that does is it allows a gap of misunderstanding, meaning if there's something that exists, a concept, an idea, a feeling, a thing, whatever, but the language I speak has no bearing or understanding of it, I therefore am given no understanding of something that exists in the world. You get me? And so when I say English is a cursed language,
whenever I encounter that thing, even though I know it's a real thing, like, as long as I don't have words for that
of
shit,
conceptualization, you get me?
It's not real. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. If I don't have words for that shit, and even if I'm experiencing it directly, it's not a thing. Because even when I go to explain it to someone else, i.e., let's say the people that like get abducted by aliens or whatever, quote, quote, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
One sec.
That was really well articulated. Thank you. That was actually really nice to listen to. And I feel that. I resonate with that. I mean, I don't know if I, like, fully am going to convert to be a nihilist, because I think I still have some issues, but
in a basic
I kind of
words,
feel like I have a different...
something's playing.
I don't know. I just really resonated with that, so thanks.
Okay.
Nah, man, it's not even a conversion thing, Alison. And like,
No, no,
again,
no,
thank
no.
you, man. We really appreciate your input on that. Like, you know what I mean? We
Yeah,
really
for
do
real.
appreciate that.
Every
So
time.
big up to you and stuff. Like, even, and you might have been like joking and shit, but you see, even like the concept of converting to nihilism and stuff, like, you see the way that I kind of try to operate my thing is, again, I told you I studied English language and linguistics, which is why I have such a fantastic gift of orientation and articulation and all of these wonderful things. But like, but like, nah, it's like what I understand about just the concept of us being here and shit is that as much bad shit as there is, there's good shit. What did I say in balance, Will? I took time out just to find my center and
Find
find
my
my
center and
balance.
find my balance.
The road to success is a difficult climb. It's an uphill challenge.
Uphill challenge. Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like
yeah.
what I
And
understand
it is,
is
fam.
the man that climbs the mountain thinks that it's about getting to the top of the mountain, and it's not. It's about climbing the mountain because the mountain doesn't exist unless the man climbs it. Do you get what I mean? It's like
They think the man that thinks that the climbing the mountain is about climbing the mountain thinks that until they get to the top of the mountain, and they
but that's what I'm
realize
saying.
like, oh shit, like I'm at the top of the mountain now, and like yeah, this is cool or whatever. But like what happened before for me to get here was cooler still. That was like the whole point of the
That
shit.
was the best part
And
of
then
it. You know, yeah.
you know what I'm saying? And so now they climb mountains all the time for no reason, fam. They just out here.
Yeah. And that's the thing, man. It's like with, again, the conversation that we were sort of having today and stuff. And I did have topics, to be fair, but I think this is better. You know what I mean? I think this is better.
I also did have a couple of things. One thing
But
I
it's
did
like,
have.
one sec, just
One
before
thing
you
I
go into
did
that,
have. I think.
just before you go into that, let me just close out with Alison and then we get right into the shit. What I would say, Alison, yeah, is that we live in a world where if you educate yourself to the things that are going on, quote unquote nihilism is the only logical choice, because Bane said in the Dark Knight Rises film, if you truly want to poison a people, you give them hope. Nothing poisons the soul more than hope. You have to make people believe that there's a chance, and then you fuck them over. That's how you kill a people. Logical is the only nihilism is the only logical choice, but the kind of loophole of nihilism, you know what I mean, you find loopholes in the contract and shit. The little loophole of nihilism is
There's loopholes,
because nothing matters, you have the freedom to create the matter around you. You love the people around you. When you're at your dad's and stuff, you make sure you let your dad know that you love him. If you love him, I don't know your situation, but the people that you hold close and dear to your heart, because the world is doomed, you use every waking moment to ensure that those people know that they're loved and that they're appreciated. Listen, it sounds stupid and that, but Will can attest to it, bro. The people around me, I will always give it up. Sometimes people say I'm too extra with it, but I always let people know I love you, I appreciate you, thank you for making time in your life. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I do that shit.
You're not extra with it enough, bro. Yeah, I'll leave it at that, fam. You're not extra with it
Do you want to know
enough.
why? Do you want to know why? Because just as Alison pointed out, a gift that I feel that I've been given is the gift of articulation, the gift to be able to speak and compel people with my words in it. And what I try to do with that is use my words to allow people to connect with how loved they are. So even someone like, I don't know, Alison Breakfeld, I think it says. Like, I don't know Alison from a can of paint, but we were able to have a conversation today, and she's able to go and be like, right, you know what? I never thought of that shit like that. Do you get what I mean? I never thought of that in that way. And I think just being able to impart that, now Alison may go away in her life, and that seeds that you plant grows into a way to manifest amazingly in her life that she may not even be aware of. She may go away and it may make shit worse. Do you get what I mean? The beautiful thing about life is that the good and the bad not that it doesn't matter, but like Will said, the man that climbs the mountain, in the process of climbing the mountain, sometimes there's nights where he's got frostbite and he might lose a finger and he think he's gonna die, like all this terrible shit.
and then the only thing that makes it worth it is getting to the top of the mountain. But
Do
then
you
they
get me?
get to the top of the mountain and they're like, goddamn, it was all about the frostbite and me losing a finger and me having to like do all the shit that I had there.
Do you get
You
me?
know what I'm saying?
Because at some process in climbing the mountain and that, there would have been a crazy storm that he would have just survived. But because he survived that storm, he was able to see the most amazing sunrise that comes after a storm that
Yeah,
maybe 5 people in the history of the world have ever seen. And he was one of the, like, do you get what I mean? It's just the good
yeah,
and the bad. What yin and yang teaches us is that good and bad need each other. One can't exist without the other. There's no up without down. There's no left without right. Do you get what I mean? Like,
and if
it's
there was no
Neo and
up or
Mr.
down,
Smith.
we'd
Do you know what I mean?
we'd
It's
all be
Neo and
on the
Mr.
moon
Smith.
right now
Like,
kicking it.
the two need each other to survive, even though they're in constant conflict in the movie, of course. One can't survive without the other, and that's what this thing is. And once you kind of realize that, it just kind of gives you the opportunity to be like, you know what, shit stuff happens, and it just happens, and it's fucked up, and I feel fucked up about it, but I don't have to let it define me. I don't have to say that I'm prone to depression,
I
even
did.
if that's true. Even if that's true, what nihilism gives you the escapism to do is to not have to accept it. Because if nothing matters, then who the fuck is anyone to call me depressed, nigga? Fuck that, my nigga. I ain't depressed.
Yeah,
Do you get me? If
anytime.
everything's doomed and everyone's a liar and everyone's out to get me and teeth me and rob me, then fuck these niggas. I ain't depressed for shit. I'm the happiest motherfucker on planet Earth, and I'm just gonna live like that. Because you know what happens? You know what happens when you just do that over a course of time? At a certain point, you start to feel
Yeah,
better.
you
At a
do
certain point, you
become the
start to look
happiest
within yourself.
motherfucker.
You
Yeah.
start to see those parts in yourself that weren't content, those parts of yourself that felt empty. And you start to be able to embrace those parts of yourself and love those parts of yourself. You have to love the bad side of you too. It makes you who you are. You get me? You have to love all of it. You can't just
Hey,
love the
man.
good. You can't just be addicted to the bad. You have to love all of it. And sometimes the bad is a bit too bad, and sometimes the good is a bit too
But you
good.
see,
But it's
but you
just, you
see
know what I mean?
when you see when you put it in terms like that, yeah, you also have to elaborate the fact that it's like you have to give yourself parental love in the sense that, like, yeah, like for me, I'll put it like this. For me, I came up in a rigid household, fam. I got two African parents, an African mum and an African dad, fam. And they trying to hear all none
Hold
of
on,
that
hold
shit,
on.
fam.
Don't skip past that. Don't skip past that. Don't skip past that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, nah, yeah, I got both, fam. And them niggas got expectations, fam. And man, they expectations is not some
Not
bullshit that
easy.
you
It's
can just shrug off.
not
You know
easy.
what I'm saying? It's yeah, nah, they still expectationing for me right now, fam. You know what I'm saying? This shit didn't end like me coming out of school and they're still expectationing now, fam, to this day, fam. I'm goddamn about to be 30 next year, fam. They still expectationing, fam. The shit doesn't stop just because this or just
This
because
shit,
that, fam.
this is death
They're
row,
still
nigga. This shit don't stop. It's
oh
death
my
row,
nigga,
bitch.
this
You
shit
know what I mean?
my nigga. They still expect me to do this and that and be this and that and all this and that. And it's like, yeah, I get that you guys like want good for me or whatever you want like for me to have a good thing in your perspective. But then like your good thing in my perspective, like as maybe I have an office job that pay me 50K a year. Do you know what I mean? But then to me, that sounds like a torturous lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to like be stuck in a cubicle. Much less for like 50K. Y'all niggas better be paying me like 150K a year to be stuck in a cubicle. Same, fam. Y'all niggas better be goddamn breaking shit. And I just see, like, that's the fine line between nihilism, realism, and like this thing that we've built. Because nihilism and
And
realism don't
optimism
really
in it.
work in this thing that we've built, unless, like nihilism, realism, and optimism don't really work in this thing that we've built unless you like at the very opposite ends of the spectrum. So, like, I could be dead in the middle, and be nihilistic and I'm just out here, you know what I mean? Just like paying my shit. Or I could be on the very, very other end of the scale and be like, yo, fuck the game and all that. And I could just be out here on my ass. But then I also could be like, the game's the greatest and like the game's the greatest thing since sliced bread and I could be way over on the left and I could be living my life, bro. You know what I mean? And it's like there's lots of ways to without sounding crass, there's lots of ways to skin a cat, fam. There's lots of ways to get to where you're trying to get at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like if you're trying to get to a point where you're influential and you like the voice of young people, etc., you have to do the things that put you in position to be the etc. You gotta do all that shit. Otherwise, you just out here being like, I can be the voice of the young people because see how I sound, so young and vibrant and cool and shit. But then, you cool, but you're not there at the thing where like the young people's that and they're being like, nah, this is some bullshit, or like this is some crazy shit. We want to see more of this shit. You're not there. You're still somewhere in the middle, somewhere being like, see me, I could voice the young people, and vice versa. It's like, you don't like what the young people are saying, but you're still there in the middle. Oh, yeah, see, me, if I was a young person this day and age, I'd be doing this, and I'd be selling my money in ISIS. Man, you better goddamn shut your
Because you was a young
man,
person
because
your
you
age,
don't
family. They do
even
that.
know, because you don't even know what it's like to be a young person this age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So ain't nobody trying to hear all that shit about ISIS and all them things there. Yeah, cool. Yeah,
You know
maybe
that
a
now,
couple,
innit?
maybe
You
like a
know that
little.
now. Yeah, you didn't know that
You
then.
know what I'm
The same way
saying?
they don't know it that
Man,
now, innit? Like,
when I was 14, let somebody come and tell me about ISIS. I'm gonna be like, Isa about to put this 150 quid into these trainers. Fuck is you
yeah.
talking about?
What are you
Isa,
telling me about, bro?
Isa about to do something with this peas. Fuck is you meaning, fam? Yeah, all that, fam. Isa about to goddamn, that's about as much as I understood the Isa, fam. Isa about to do something with that money, fam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no amount of talking to that someone could have said at that point that would make you feel, because what you came up under, that was what you engineered to want to do in it. It's not by
As
accident, it's by design, bro.
like I said, I was about to put 150 quid into these Air Forces. I don't know what you're talking about, ISIS and all them things there, but I was about to put this 150 quid into a jacket and a new pair of shoes, fam. What is you talking about? Isa,
Word.
Isa about to do something. Isa, yeah, that sounds like Isa about to do something. Yeah, and Isa about to spend this money. That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
It's been nice conversing back and forth with you gentlemen. I have got to get on with the rest of my
But no,
evening, so take care and have a good night. Bye.
Hey.
hey,
Yeah, big up
same to you.
yourself. Big up yourself.
Hey, take care of yourself, love. Yeah, I'm saying it's a cold world out here. Niggas, motherfuckers ain't gonna always be at your back. You know what I'm saying? They motherfuckers ain't gonna always be supporting whatever it is that you're saying, but like it is what it is. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta say what you're saying and stand there in the wind with that shit like a candle. You know what I'm saying? Let that little flame like just be out there, fam, because you never know who you might be lighting the way for. You get me? So yeah, nah, we appreciate you, and I hope at some point, whatever it is that you're saying, like you're going through some things and things and whatever. I hope I hope you're a Taurus for the first,
That's your
because we
whole
gonna
vibe,
always
innit?
make it. Yeah, because we gonna make it through anything. If you're not a Taurus, that's okay. You know what I'm saying? I hope you're like a Capricorn or something. You know what I'm saying? You be alright. You know what I'm saying? If you're a Scorpio, yeah, you probably gonna be alright too. But like, man, you're gonna have a long ass time of trying to like be alright with that shit. Cause yeah, these niggas,
Listen,
these give not a fuck. I can't remember what movie. Nah, not a nothing. What movie is that? Nah, not a nothing. Yeah, they when it comes to fucks, yeah, they give a nah, not a nothing for
oh,
you,
that's
my boy.
funny.
I'm
I like.
telling you. So it is like it's one of those where you're gonna have to like find your own, I guess, like feet in this shit and like
Yeah,
just do your own thing. You know what I mean? There's lots of ways to like take that shit and interpret that shit, but it's like again, these people that are around us that are supposed to be these safety structures, and they're supposed to give us all this security and what they give fuck. They give a goddamn fuck about what's happening at your house. They don't care. They don't.
yeah,
They don't
word.
care. You know what I'm saying? They ain't trying to hear what you're trying to say from your house, family. What the fuck? Yeah, listen, Alison, love is love, my friend, and life is life. And when you when you see how to separate love and life from all this bullshit, then you're gonna see like, oh, we've been getting played all this time, fam, and it's been the bullshit this whole time. But really, it hasn't been because it's just a curve for you to learn the difference between uh, love for self and love for other and how to move in the life game. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah.
Word.
And
No,
the life
word, man.
game is beautiful, fam. The game of life is beautiful, fam. I keep trying to tell everyone it's a beautiful game, fam. It seems fucked up because the rules seem like they keep changing and whatever. But that's only because in reality, the game that's being played has more rules than what we're accustomed to. And if you master those rules, then that means that you've mastered whatever level that you're on right now. Or like it just almost automatically you've mastered whatever level that you're at right now. And you go past that. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's difficult sometimes because you leave your peoples behind, and you leave all these other ideas behind of like, oh yeah, I thought I was gonna be this and I was gonna do this, and yeah, sometimes you leave that shit behind, but it's okay because it's all part of your growth and you being people, and you grow and be different people. Yeah, I'm saying you grow and be bigger people. It's cool. It's okay sometimes. Mm.
Nah, legit, legit. And that is the whole point, man. That is the whole point. Just live. Just live, man.
Yeah,
Just live.
just grow
Yeah.
and be fam. Not even just live, just be fam. Because live, live implies an element of survival. You know what I mean? You gotta survive. You gotta survive. Because otherwise, you weak. And it's cool. Yeah, that's all cool and shit. But like while you're here experiencing Earth, like right now, I'm standing outside, it's raining, and by all counts, this is not like a good experience, quote quote. But to me, right now, here I am standing, The earth is showering me with love. What I can only perceive as love, because this thing that it's doing makes crops grow and trees grow and plants grow and all these other things. It's like this could only be a good thing. You know what I mean? If that
Yeah.
makes sense. Or maybe I'm
What?
just going off and then I'm just out here on a tangent again.
Nah, man, don't doubt yourself, bro. If you know what you're talking about, you know what you're talking about. It's
Mm.
we don't have to look for the crowd of people telling us our bars are sick anymore. You know, we've seen it already. You know what I mean? But it's
We're
weird
past
how
that
in
now.
different forms of life you still look for that weirdly enough in it. And if you feel like metaphorically the people that feel in your bars, then you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's mad because, yeah, I was still asking about that shit. Did people really think that shit about the thing? Did they really feel that way about the verse notes that they said? I'm like, yeah, all that. And it's, yeah, we have that. But then at the
Yeah,
same time, it's like, you have this other thing within you that's like, did we make the most impact today? No, we didn't. So now you feel bad because you didn't do what you thought you could. You know what I
mm,
mean? Yeah, did I like be as effective as I thought I could be? And now you feel bad because you weren't as effective as you think you could have been.
yeah,
But sometimes, yeah, sometimes it is what it is, and you just gotta take it for what it is. Do you know what I mean? It's like you can't you can't like expect a grain mill to work 24/7, 365 because at some point it's gonna need some maintenance. Do you know what I mean? It's gonna need mm,
yeah.
it's gonna need somebody to step in and be like, you know what? Maybe like this part ain't working as well as it should, and so like it's working at 30% capacity, but it could really be working at like 80% capacity. And now you fix that shit, and now you're working at 80. But what we usually do, the shit ain't working. Fuck. Yeah, I gotta get another meal. But you got one right there, fam.
yeah. Word.
You got one right there. All you need to do is fix a couple parts, and it's great. You know what I mean? It's yeah. It's it's something out here, fam. It's something
Wow.
out here, fam. Yeah. Long live the man that carries good intentions in the wild, fam. Like a
Long
man,
live
like a man once said, fam.
in the wild.
In the wild, fam, because it is wild out here, fam. Literally, this is the whole wild, fam. There's no there's no like in between with this shit. It's like it's wild. It's wild or yeah, it's wild or it's wild, fam. There's no in between, fam.
Yeah,
There's
yeah, yeah,
no
yeah, yeah.
there's no like break from this shit. It's just wild still, fam. There's no like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just like chill out for a second. Nah, because it's wild still, fam. The reason why it's wild is because the Matrix, fam, is
Yeah,
out here, full effect, fam. And nobody can say anything. Because anybody try to say anything, Kanye treatment, fam. Today, right now, fam. They get that. They get that right now, fam.
yeah, legit, and that's where we are in it.
hmm They said they said that the kids lost like 1.8 billion's worth of net worth, fam, in like several days, fam. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, let's say, even on just an ego level, you go from being worth 1.8 billion today to being worth like 800 mil tomorrow, fam.
Yeah.
You're pissed. Yeah, you're pissed. There's no other way to describe that shit, bro. You're livid. But then at the
Yeah.
same time, you start thinking, oh, okay, so I just left this deal with Adidas. Cool. I still own Yeezy. I just got dropped from this other deal with Gap. Cool. I still own Yeezy. I just got dropped by Balenciaga, but cool. I still own Yeezy. Man, it's a different. It's different because like you can step into your own shit and do your own shit, fam,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
be just easy, fam. No,
And what
no
happens when you
Gap,
do that
no
is that
Balenciaga, no
it sounds
Adidas, no
crazy.
nothing.
You look crazy when you do it in it. That's the cost of
You
it.
look crazy like a motherfucker, fam. You look crazy like a motherfucker, but when you actually do it, motherfuckers be like, God damn, how he did that shit? Yeah, nah, he did that shit because he was like, fuck y'all niggas and your check, fam. Fuck y'all niggas
Yeah.
and your check, fam. Keep that. I'm gonna make my own, fam. Don't worry about that. But what I need is for my people to be able to get into this shit, fam. And what I'm gonna do is to make it sure that like my people can get into this shit, fam. That's what I'm gonna do. Even if it means I won't get to the point where like y'all niggas thought, or like if it means I won't like amass the same amount of money as I would have done if I was with Adidas slash Balenciaga slash Gap slash all these other people that then like subsequently dropped him for whatever, whatever. It's like
Yeah. Yeah.
it's uh it's an interesting conversation because we had the same kind of conversation at the dinner table while we was
Yeah. Yeah.
at
Yeah. It was sort of
at the Christmas dinner table for me. That was a conversation that went around and it got people kind of uh it got people quite tense, but then it also brought people to this question of consumerism. Like, is consumerism really worth it? And like, you know me, like, yeah, I'm the I'm the other side. Usually, though, sometimes when 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 I want the other person to see the other side, I'll be the other person, and
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll point out the good in all that shit, and they'll be like, "Yeah, exactly. See, because that's what I'm saying." But then I'll point out the negative of that shit, and they'll be like, that's interesting. No, I never thought of it like that." Yeah, and I'll be like, "Yeah, I know. You never thought about that shit like that, because you never like." Nobody has these kinds of conversations to the point where you'd get to the point where I thought, shit, I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
Do you know
Yeah.
what I
Yeah. It
mean?
never
They'll just be
to
like, oh
that
yeah,
side.
Kanye West is crazy and he's a wild guy. Can't believe that he would just like let all those contracts with all those people slide. But then, right, a point that I put across was Kanye West is not a crazy guy, fam. And like when he does things,
He got to a billion,
it's
bro.
usually
Like,
that's what I'm saying. He's not a crazy guy for me. Like if he do some shit, yeah, there's some shit directly correlated behind that shit. And it's been long enough now that I've been watching him that every time he do some wild shit, some other shit
some
following
other
right
shit's going on.
behind him.
Yeah.
Yay. And it's like, yo, I've been watching this guy for near a decade now, yeah. And I've seen him do the same shit like over and over again, fam. He'll say some wild shit. Some people will be like, oh, up in arms about it. And then he'll drop an album and then everyone will be like, oh yeah, Kanye West is the greatest, I can't believe it. He'll do some shit. People will be like, oh wow, he's the craziest guy on all the planet Earth. And then he can drop some other shit, and then people be like, wow, this guy's a genius, can't believe it. What, like, wow, why is it, what? And then he will do some other shit, and people will be like, wow, this guy's fucking, he's an idiot. And then he'll do some other shit, and people will be like, wow, this guy's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Like, he's literally found a way to, like, keep renewing that fresh as sliced bread thing
Yeah.
about him,
Yeah.
and he keeps doing it, and people do not like they don't take the time to realize that he literally every single time that he about to do something, he does some shit, fam.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Every
wow,
time.
this guy's crazy. And then the next thing that he does, wow, this guy's the best thing since sliced bread. Can't believe it. It's like, yeah, it's been 10 years, guys. Have you not been watching? Have you not realized this is what he does? I mean, even with the drop of 808s and Heartbreaks, he did that thing with 50 Cent and was like, yeah, whoever sells the most first week, like, you know what I'm saying, is like the king of the thing. And he won. He won. Uncategorically, he won, fam. Because everybody, after he dropped his shit here, everybody sound like that, fam. Now, to this day, even right now, fam. Even me, fam. I'll say, if it wasn't for Kanye West coming out and doing the album, I don't have the space to exist as an artist, fam. I'm still out here trying to fight for my space to exist as an artist. If it wasn't for Ye, fam.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's yeah, he a different kind of thing, fam. And like people still, what baffles me is people still don't get that about my man, fam. They still look at him and be like, oh yeah, that's a crazy guy, fam.
He's just a
Which,
crazy guy.
well, he's, but then he's more than that, because he's like the geese that was like the directive creator for fucking Balenciaga, bro. Like, what?
Yeah.
He's much more than just being a crazy guy, because Balenciaga wouldn't hire a guy who's
That's
crazy
a
to be
crazy
like
guy.
their
Yeah.
creative director for him. They wouldn't
Well, I mean,
do that.
maybe
You
they're
know
a
what I
bad
mean?
example because, you know what I mean, they be doing some wild shit recently. But, you know what
I
I
mean,
mean?
yeah, in
I get
the
your point,
recent
though. I
times,
get your
but
point,
like
though. I get your point.
they're still a business that has endured for like at least 3 decades. They've been around, fam. Balenciaga's not like a new thing. Do you know what I mean? They're not like a brand new in this thing where like they just popped up like 2 years ago, like a off white or some shit. Like Balenciaga been
Yeah.
around for like a long ass time, and they've been doing their thing, fam,
Yeah.
without all these man. But then when they brought these man, it's like their whole shit comes to the forefront. It's just like Adidas, fam. It's like when
Yeah.
they brought man on, it's like their whole shit comes to the forefront of what the culture is expecting. Because we look at the leaders of the culture as if they the leaders of the culture, if that makes sense. We look at the icons that they present to us as the leaders of the culture, as if they are actually the ones that are the leaders of the culture, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
with
Yeah. Yeah.
Kanye West, it's like he that like they didn't want him to be that. They didn't want him to be that thing that he is now, fam. They didn't want him to be Yeezy, fam. They didn't want him to be Donda, fam. They never wanted that, fam. And it's
Yeah.
like he still broke all that shit, And with every company that he done deals with, he still owns 100% of the brand. He still
Yeah.
owns the whole brand. And he can come away with that whole Yeezy brand and do his own thing. He could go do his own thing and like have deals with like Primark or whatever and be like, oh yeah, I'm selling like Yeezy essentials in Primark now. That's what we do. And H&M.
Yeah.
He could do that if he wanted to.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
what I think more so that he gonna do is that he gonna open stores, if that makes sense. He gonna open stores like it's gonna be maybe like he gonna open a store like Donda in somewhere like Paris or London or somewhere like that, and
Right.
this is
Right.
gonna go
Right.
crazy. The first day that shit go crazy, then they already know like, yeah, that's the green paper that we need to open it in like if they do it in London, that's the green paper we need to do it in Paris, and that's the green paper that we need to do it in Rome. That's the green paper that we need to do it in New York. That's the green paper that we need to do it in LA, and all that. And it's like at any point, whenever he launches all that shit, it's gonna go mad, fam. Because that's the shit that he's built, fam. It's like he's built this internet thing that people don't still understand now, yeah. They're still like trying to get to grips with this whole like internet thing. But he's like mastered the shit, fam. He's mastered the shit to the point where he can come out like I don't know, like a presidential rally or whatever, wearing a t-shirt, and everyone will fucking lose their minds and go
Lose
to
their shit.
his. Yeah, everyone will lose their minds and be like, "Oh, Kanye West, Kanye West." The next day, they'll go to his store, some shit will drop, and it will be like, bro, it won't even take 30 minutes, fam, and it will be
Yeah.
bought, fam, sold out.
Ransacked in it. Yeah. Ransacked.
Not even in 30 minutes, bro. This is what, like, bro, people got bots waiting for that shit to
Yeah.
happen, fam.
Yeah.
So it might be like 10 minutes, fam. They launch their shit, 10 minutes later, everything finished, fam. And in that 10 minutes, you as a regular citizen, didn't even get the chance to fucking log in to the website and get your shit together, fam. Because there's been bots that I've been waiting for like weeks and weeks, and it's gone, fam. It's gone. It's gone. So now your only chance to get that shit, yeah, is on a resale, fam. And when you know how it goes when the resale. If a t-shirt is 400 quid when at retail, yeah, it's gonna be like a little 1600 when you try to get that shit on resale, fam. If it's
Yeah.
retail, 55 bills, yeah, nah, you looking at like a little 1600, fam. To, you know what I'm saying? You looking at a little, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just, yeah. But he genius like that, bro.
Yeah. 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 He's
Because
just so tapped in with like the subconscious of people almost in it. Like,
man, he more than tapped in. He's 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 like the Nebuchadnezzar from in the Matrix here. You see how like all the players all like jack in and jack out and shit, and then like
right.
oh they all like tap into the thing and shit, and then they come out when the agents all like coming after them or whatever. He's the shit. Bro. He's literally being the infrastructure right now.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah. Yeah.
looking at it and watching it happen, and we're watching a nigga turn to cables and shit, and we're like, oh yeah, this is a crazy nigga fam. But then like
He's
what it
turning into
really is,
cables. Like, what kind of shit is this?
he's
Like,
turning into cables fam, and he's
yeah.
turning into connections fam. That's what we're witnessing right now here is the first nigga that's gonna walk into this little fashion thingy or like all this other shit. Because once a music artist breaks the fashion industry, then that means that they can break any other industry that there is, fam.
Yeah.
Right? It's like we're witnessing the first ever nigga, fam, to be doing his thing live in front of the camera like this, fam. And we're waiting for him to do some god level shit. But like, what really is gonna happen is that like he gonna sacrifice himself, fam. And then
Right.
everyone else gonna see like, oh shit, like you can actually like do this shit, and you know what I mean. And like when the way he gonna sacrifice himself, gonna leave doors open. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because it's gonna be a public self-sacrifice, if that makes sense. Because that's the way that's going. All this other crazy shit that he's saying,
That's the way that it
and
has to go,
all the
isn't it? Yeah.
shit. Yeah, because somebody has to do something so that blood is drawn from.
Yeah.
Somebody gotta do something so that blood is drawn from, and that's the nigga right there, fam. And
There you go.
he's out here, fam. He's swinging fists, he's swinging kicks, he's swinging headbutts, he's swinging rocks, all everything, fam. Somebody's gonna catch these hands, fam. If it's not these men that I keep talking about, yeah, somebody's gonna catch these hands, fam. Directly, indirectly, yeah, somebody gonna catch these
Somebody's
hands.
got to get it in it.
Adidas, y'all niggas gonna catch these hands, fam. And it's not even gonna be a directing, fam. He's gonna do his thing and leave your shit in the dust, fam. Because y'all still got like what was the number? It was like 2.8 billions worth of Yeezy merch that y'all niggas still got, fam. Somebody gonna swing and somebody gonna be bleeding, fam. 2.8 billions worth of stock, fam. This is US dollars, I guess, that we're talking about that I heard it from. But it's like $2.8 billion is still like 2.5 billion pounds. Like,
Yeah.
somebody's gonna catch these hands and somebody's gonna be bleeding, fam. And it doesn't look like Kanye gonna be the one that's bleeding right now, fam. Because these niggas look like the one that's bleeding out here if they losing 2.5 billion, fam. And
Yeah.
worse than that, even if they say our contract cut or whatever, yeah, like, because that nigga still own that brand. If y'all niggas try to sell the shit as Yeezy, Jesus Christ.
You coming for that
Yeah,
head top in it?
yeah. All that 2.5 billion, fam. Yeah, let me have that, fam. That's mine.
Yeah.
Thanks. But again, it's chess. Do you know what I mean? And like
Yeah.
everyone's playing checkers, fam. But like these men, fam, the Elon Musk, the Kanye West, and all these men, fam, they are here playing 4D chess, fam. And we out here proud of ourselves, patting ourselves on the back because we like hit a couple, like, you know what I'm saying? I hit a move where I ate 3 at once. Yeah, I'm lit, fam. Nah, nigga, that's not even the game that's happening right now, fam. You think that's the game that's happening, which is cool, because them bottom levels, anything can run, fam. You can move your pawn 7 pieces if you want, fam, at them bottom levels, fam. Because ain't nobody gonna check, fam. Yeah, let you get to the upper levels, fam. Where, you know what I'm saying, making like a little 50 racks a year or something like that. It's different now, fam. Because once you cross that barrier, fam, you're now paying 40% tax, fam. And you gonna be looking for a way to, you know what I'm saying, just lessen that burden, fam. And now you're in a different game. Now you're playing 2D chess now. You're in the 2D, fam. You know what I'm saying? So you go ahead and get yourself a couple assets or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You're doing your thing or whatever, you're thriving. Now you're playing 3D chess. But what you didn't realize is all these other niggas that's ahead of you and above you, they're playing 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10D chess, bro. And there's still levels, fam. So now you've got to this point where you feel like, oh yeah, we up now. You know what I'm saying? We got a bit of breathing room. Nah, nigga. All that means is you on a 5D chessboard, fam. And it's other pieces above and below you, fam. You're gonna have to see where they at, fam. You're gonna have to be able to detach yourself from the single player view that you're in right now, so you can see the whole 10D board, fam, at
Yeah.
5. Because if you don't do it at 5, you're gonna be straight back at 1 again, fam, and you're gonna be back playing checkers with the rest of us again, fam. You know what I'm saying? And it's wicked, fam. People don't think about that shit, but it's wicked. This game, this whole thing, fam, it's built so you never come out of that shit, fam.
Yeah.
Imagine that. It's built. It's built so that every month here, let's say, you've even got like a good, nice job, and you're making like a little like 3, 4 racks a month, yeah. The way the system is built, yeah. Even with that 34 racks a month, you still owe a bunch of niggas a bunch of money at the end of that payment month. And then now you're waiting again for the next payment so you can keep these niggas at bay. Get away from me, car guys and house guys. Get away from me. Because, yeah, all that, fam. It's built like that, fam. Like, if you if you if you play the game by the rules of checkers, you ain't making it out, fam. You gotta realize that, oh yeah, nah, there's chess that man are playing, and then you gotta learn those rules. But then you also gotta realize, like, oh, there's like a 10D chess game happening up and below me, and I have to know where all these pieces are moving and how they're moving and where they're going and where they're gonna be in relation to me here, level 3. It's like, yeah, like yeah, it's yeah, it's yeah, like that, fam. It's like that. It's like that,
Yeah.
fam.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Oh,
Broski.
yeah.
Uh, oh shit.
Wait,
Hold
we
on.
got another voice note.
Brother,
I
can you
was
even
gonna
play
say,
chess, bro? You're giving us this chess analogy like you can play chess.
my friend,
Can you play chess?
if you want to play chess with me, I will scorch you, my friend. You don't want to fuck with me on that chess shit, bro. I'll fuck your shit up, fam. I have you thinking, goddamn, it's not even a real game, and this nigga was making up moves, and this nigga was out here making up shit, and oh, that shit doesn't even move like that. I'll fuck your shit up, fam. Don't. Come on, dog. Don't. Come on, man. Come on. Don't do that. You new here, so we'll let you, fam. But nah, don't
Man
do
said
that,
you
bro.
knew
Don't do
here
that.
now. Will's
You
talking
new
his
here,
shit.
bro. You
Will's
new
talking
here,
his
bro.
shit.
You listen. You brand new out here. Who's that? Sparks? Yeah, you brand new out here, fam. Don't play with me like that, fam. I'll tell you like how I told my little brothers, yeah, when they was like, oh
Oh
yeah, who
shit,
would win in
fam.
a fight
Oh
between me
shit,
and us
fam.
three? And I
Man
said,
said like my
listen,
little
you
brother.
man,
Nah, you
no,
tell your
no, listen.
fucking
No, no,
brother.
no. This Christmas here. This Christmas here. My little brother and 2 of my little cousins came up to me and said, "Oh yeah, who would win in the fight between us 3 and you?" I said, "Listen, you man, I'm a big man for you guys, fam. I'm 29 years old, bro. You guys are like 15, just turning 15, and the other one, like the oldest one's like just turning 7. I'll slap you, man, yeah, until you're crying for your mothers, and your mothers will come, and then I'll explain to them, well, I'm fucking you up, why I'm fucking you up, and then they'll even join in with the fucking you up, bro. Don't fuck with me like that, fam. Don't don't bring me those kinds of talks, fam. Cause yeah, we going. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
We'll sort that
man
one out,
said,
fam. If Sparks wants to have a game of chess, yeah, come next week, yeah, we'll play chess, fam. I'll slap your shit, fam.
man said, you're new
Yeah,
here. I'm gonna
you're
talk to
new
you like I
here,
talk to
bro.
my little. I will
You're
talk to you
new
like I talk
here,
to my little
bro.
brother.
You're new
That's
here, fam.
crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You my young
And
nigga,
shout
fam.
out
You
Sparks as
new
well,
here,
fam.
fam.
He's challenged you,
Yeah,
bro. He
nah,
challenged you.
Sparks. It's
You
not.
got
It's
to
not.
accept that. You
It's
man.
not. It's bro. Bro. Nah, I'm not. I'm not trying to come across condescending or nothing like that. Yeah, but like, yeah, when a man come through with all them talk, oh, can you even? Yeah, fam. Listen, I'll fuck your shit up, fam. You'll be
Yo,
out here
I think
thinking, bro,
stereo lets you
I'll
do that
never
though.
play this game again, fam.
Hold
Huh?
on. Oh, no, because there's like games and shit that stereo let you play in it.
There's games. I bet you there's chess. Hey, Sparks. Next week, bro. What are you saying to me, fam? Yeah, we'll play chess next week, fam. And I'll be doing the pod and doing your shit in at the same time, fam.
Pause.
Don't fuck about, fam. Pause. Don't fuck about, fam.
Well, there you go, Sparks. There you go, Sparks. He's issued a challenge, so you man have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, with apps and shit, you man can sort that out, bro. You lot can play a game of chess in it, like. And no
Yeah,
rage quits either. No rage quits.
but does Sparks really want it though, fam? Like that, fam.
That's what I'm saying, like no
Is
rage
the
quits in it.
question,
Like
fam.
man, I just quit the game because they losing. Like man, have to play it out to.
Ah, nah. It's gotta end, fam. It's gotta end, fam. Ain't no pussy or none of that shit, fam. Yeah, it's gotta end, fam. Somebody gotta get beat, fam. Pause.
Pause.
Yeah, nah, get like that sometimes, fam. But nah, I ain't trying to hear none of that from no new nigga, fam. How's a new nigga go and jump in the thing and be like, oh, can this guy even play chess? Bro, you don't know me like that, bro. I'm a chess geezer, fam. And not
Aye,
only
but
am I a
Will,
chess geezer, but I'm a checkers guy too, fam, because I'm wicked at both of them, fam.
I will. But what if you lot played and he smoked you, fam? You'd have to come on the pod and say he
If
smoked you, fam.
you know what, yeah, if he smoked, man, yeah, I would come on the pod and be like, you know what, yeah, man, smoked me still. I'd be humble about it, you know what I mean? Be like, yeah, man, smoked me still. But like, what I will say is that won't be the case, fam. Because
Oh,
I'm about the smoke, fam. Shit. Fuck with me if you want, bro. Fuck with me if you want with this chess shit, fam. Yeah, fuck with me if you want, fam. Yeah,
there you go,
I'm one of
Spark. So
them.
the issues,
I'm one of them
chat, chat.
unexpected niggas, fam. I'm like a yeah, nah. I'm unexpected. I say that, fam. Yeah, the way I talk and the way I articulate myself doesn't really give itself to the game of chess, but I'm a motherfucking yeah. I'll fuck your shit up, fam. Like that, fam.
There you
Talk to
go.
me
There you
about
go.
chess, fam. Man said, "Oh, can man even play chess?" Yes, I can. Yes.
Well, listen, man. I think we did it. I think we did it. I think we got a good amount of time in. Will, it's always great to
Oh,
have you back
damn, we
on.
didn't.
Nah, don't worry about it,
Hey,
bro.
man, we back. We back. We back. We back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
We back
we
now.
again the topics in the world will always be the topics in the world, innit? Like I think when
Oh, yeah,
conversation
no,
just
they don't end.
flows, it's good to
The one thing that I would like to just say is, Telly, can't believe it. What the fuck? Like,
yeah,
damn, we were so close to the new year and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's yeah. That one hit man a little bit like when Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? When they said the news about Michael Jackson, I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna remember that shit like the same way because I was at my parents' house
yeah.
when I heard both of them. I said, God damn, what the fuck? Oh shit, oh, I can't believe it. But I
I'll be
couldn't
honest
say, oh
with you.
goddamn, what the fuck? Can't believe it. Oh shit. I was like, what? That's crazy. Wow. That's
Yeah,
so crazy.
I'll be honest. Yeah, I'll be honest. I did. I had thought Pele died a few years ago. Like, I have a memory of that coming out.
What? Really?
Like, I just have a memory of like that being announced before. But
Oh shit! Mandela effect or Pele effect?
yeah, but I get shit like that like a lot in life, innit? Like, have you ever seen those videos either on
That's
YouTube or
crazy.
TikTok where it talks about the Mandela effect and just since they like
Jeez.
that Higgs boson thing, just the things that are different. But when you look them up, they're
Yeah.
like, nah, it's always been this way. But it's like, nah, it
Yeah.
wasn't, bro. Like, yeah,
It wasn't like that. Yeah, it's bad shit like that, fam. It's bad shit like that. So
yeah,
I mean, yeah, I get it.
yeah. It's one
I
of
get
them. Yeah.
how.
But nah,
That's crazy, man.
big,
But hey,
yeah.
but
But
yeah,
big love to Pele still, though, man. He changed the game. Do you get what I mean? He really gave
man.
such a
Listen,
heartbeat to the game
That's
of
the highest goal
football. You
scoring.
know?
Nigga, that's the highest scoring footballer in all of footballing history, fam. Even if they say, oh yeah, nah, he scored 1,000 career goals. He still scored at least more than 600 or 700 career goals, fam. And
Yeah,
to my knowledge, there's not been a player that in their entire career that is international and club, yeah, that has hit like even 500. Is
yeah.
there?
Well, quick
Is there
Google.
anybody that's hit like 500? If
Uh,
they have, then shit, my fault. I thought, goddamn.
of all time, let's see. Da, 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 da,
Yeah,
da,
Pele gonna come up from.
da. Well, this thing on Wikipedia says Cristiano
Says
Ronaldo,
with how many
but
goals? With
eight
how many
hundred
goals?
819.
Really?
Hold on, let
So if
me.
okay, so my question is here to all those people that be still like, oh yeah, this nigga ain't scored 1,000 career goals, right? If Ronaldo, I mean, I'm not saying that Ronaldo's like not something special because goddamn, he's something else, but it's like Ronaldo hits those levels, yeah, bro. A guy
This is
that
saying that
used to
he's the
score like
fifth.
double hat tricks, yeah. A geezer that scored double hat tricks just for the fun of it, just because he was on the pitch, yeah. Huh? How does he not hit 800 at least? At least.
I'll say
This is a
this. I'll
nigga.
say this. Pele
Mm,
scored seven. Well, according to neogoal.com, Pele
right?
scored 767 career goals in
Mm,
831 games, and
mm.
Ronaldo scored 819 in 1,145
See,
games.
it's still 1,000. It still took man 1,000 games to reach the point, fam. Like this
Yeah,
nigga was saying else, bro. Even those games that they discount and be like, oh yeah, that doesn't count or whatever. Like all them other hundreds of games, bro. Bro, this is the nigga that used to score double hat tricks here just because he was on the pitch, bro. Like
yeah.
he's just there and
There's
boom, goal, boom, goal, boom,
not
boom,
even to
boom,
make
boom,
it thing
boom.
like that, but there's one guy here they saying Josef Bican scored
Who's
805
that?
in 530 games. Who the heck is that?
Man, who is that? Who is that? We
I
ain't trying
don't
to
know.
hear
I've
all of
not.
that right now, fam. We're talking about Pele, fam. He the greatest, fam. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That nigga was something else, fam. Like he was so something else, yeah. That even now when we talk about him, yeah, we'll be like, oh yeah, like if he'd have been in like the leagues now, yeah, he's still gonna be something else in the
I
leagues
think
now,
in the
fam. He's
simplest way
still going.
possible, in the simplest way possible, I think no matter what the actual stats are or anything like that, if you ask anyone in football who likes football, whether they're super in it or just, ephemerally so, like Pele is the person who is like who was the living incarnation of that. Like he was
Yeah.
the representation of football. So if someone's scored
Yeah,
more
yeah.
goals or more this or like cool in it. But when you ask all of the top players, when you ask the Ronaldos and the Messis and all of the legends and
Who
shit,
did who did you want
like
to beat, fam?
who's the architect of this shit? Like it's
Yeah,
Pele,
they'll
innit?
be
Like
like
Pele.
Pele, fam. Yeah, of course. Some blasphemous people will say, "Oh, it was Maradona." Yeah, cool, but man, okay.
But
But
I think that's more of like
Even
a
Maradona
country
bowed down to that
thing.
nigga and said, "Oh man,
Yeah.
that nigga was something else." But
Yeah.
he
Put it this
did,
way:
fam.
if you
He
give it to
did.
Maradona and Maradona says, "Nah, it was him," then I have to trust that in it. Like we seen the video
That
where
one, fam.
Maradona bowed down and said, "Nah, bro, it was him. He was the
You
truth,
see,
bro. Like he was him." You know what I mean?
bro.
Like,
That, like I said, fam, there's a lot of obviously games that they wouldn't have counted or whatever because I don't know, they might have not met like the professional standards or whatever. But like this geezer here, he'd be on the pitch here, and just because he's on the pitch here, score a double hat trick, bro. Boom, just like that, fam. It's like fucking 6-1, fam. Just because the nigga's on the pitch, fam. It's a different thing, fam. Like he was something else, fam. He literally was something else, fam. We talk about like our Messi's and our Ronaldo's being something else, but like yeah, nah, that geezer there. From time you see like everyone being like, nah, this is the greatest nigga that ever lived, fam, and they all bowing down and they putting kissing his toes, That's the greatest nigga, fam. Must be, fam. It's gotta be, fam.
yeah, man. So now, big love to Pele still. You know what I mean? Big up
Mm.
to the legends. You know what I mean? Certainly left your mark. You know what I mean? Certainly left your mark and stuff. And I think that's
Mm.
to all the things we're talking about today, man. Like nothing really matters because where the matter. If you go out and you just live and just
Be, fam. Just
be,
be.
you know what I mean, and just be as fully as you can be that. Like you'll do what you're supposed to do, man. We're gonna keep pontificating if we allow ourselves to. So I'm gonna wrap this shit up here.
Yeah. All right.
Will is back.
We back again, fam. And we're gonna be back again and again and again and again.
Yeah, Will is back, and it's always good to have him back. We will also want to say, man, like, just thank you to all the people that's fucked with us throughout the whole year, man. Again,
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
the
for
last
real.
pod of
Of the
2022.
year. So
It's
yeah,
as the date of recording right now. It's the 31st of
the
December.
30th.
You know what I mean?
Is it the
And
31st right now? Jesus Christ, it actually is, fam.
yeah, and again,
It's
we
actually
just
the
really
31st.
appreciate all the people that have fucked with us throughout the year. Big up to Ultra Melanin, man. Like we really appreciate you for real, bro. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Big up to all the people that have tuned
Shout
in,
out to
man. The people that
SNK
followed.
Bigger. Shout
Uh,
out to I'm trying to think.
see,
Natural, what's
that's why I
natural?
didn't want to go into all the
Yeah,
names, fam.
we
You know what I mean?
we
Because
got
there are so many
yeah,
people. Like,
too many
all
people,
right,
fam.
hold on. Let me see. If we can give some names. If we can give some names, because yeah, a lot of y'all have really fucked with the shit, and it's made it so much better, man. Uh, it's
For
too
real.
many people, bro. Yeah, it's too many people. Just big up to everyone, man. We really appreciate the shit. If you haven't already, please hit the link. If you're listening on stereo, hit the link at the top of the thing. Subscribe to the YouTube page. All of the weekly episodes are uploaded, man. So if you're tuning in for the first time, you can go back and go listen to the shits. You know what I mean? If you're tuning in just a couple times, whatever. If you ever miss an episode or you just want to see, what the fuck else niggas is talking about, you might have some shit to do and just want to hear some talking in the background and that. You know what I mean? These
Yeah,
4 hour episodes and shit. So you can just slap that shit on, you know what I mean? Whatever the case may be, man, just go and subscribe to that YouTube page. If you're listening on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube page as well if you haven't already. And if you have, big up yourself. You know what I mean?
big up on yourself.
2023, we
Coming.
definitely want
It's
to
gonna be bigger.
come bigger and better, more improved, try and create an even better listening experience for you guys an even better just experience altogether, a better pod, just in every way it can be. More commitment, you know what I mean? Just more life, more
That way,
blessings, more
fam.
prosperity, more work, and equally more
But
hardships, but it's part and
we ain't
parcel,
even trying to hear all that right now, fam, about hardships more equally. Nah. You say you need
He glitched out.
an equal, fam. See the work that we didn't put in. Nah, it's time for prosperity, fam. It's ain't a time for us to be talking about how we lacking shit. Nah, we didn't put so much work in. We deserve every beautiful thing that comes to us, fam. That's how it goes, fam.
Yeah, no,
And
absolutely,
that,
you're right, man.
like,
You
bro,
are right.
I believe that 100%, fam. There's nothing more telling than the work that niggas do. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, here we are, fam.
Yeah, not
84
words and
episodes
lip
later, fam.
service. You know what I mean? Not words and lip service, but actions and
Yeah,
deeds.
that's cool,
So
fam. But like we've been out here, fam.
yeah,
You know what
so
I'm saying?
yeah, man. It's just getting the shit done. It's just getting the shit done, man. But a real just big up to all the people that have fucked with us this year, man. We appreciate it. We hope to see everybody in the new year. You know what I mean? We hope to see all of you guys. We
Yes,
hope to,
sir.
get more voice notes, more people chiming in and shit. And
Yes,
yeah, man,
sir.
just thank y'all. I'm gonna play this last voice note, and then we can get the fuck out of here.
Just one quick question. How do you know Pele was the best?
Ah,
And
child.
that, my
Who's
friend,
that? Wait, who?
and
Wait,
that
who?
it's your friend
Who
Sparks.
asked that?
Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry
Sparks,
about it. He's
Sparks. Why?
trolling you,
Why you
fam.
gotta do
He's
that,
trolling
fam?
you, bro. You're getting trolled, fam.
Don't
Don't,
listen.
brother. He's
Yeah,
trolling you, fam,
Sparks.
and you lit.
Wait,
So just relax.
okay,
It's fine. It's fine. It's
let me
fine.
just answer him one time, fam. Let me just answer him one time, fam, and then I'll let it go, fam. See how I know Pele is the best, yeah? Because even the best of our generation, they still cite him as a reference, fam. That's how you know that's the wickedest guy that ever lived to do this thing, fam. If the wickedest guys that are out doing their shit now, yeah, and they're doing their thing, yeah, and they
Will,
say, oh,
Will,
nah, do you know
Will,
what, yeah,
Will. What
the
you're
only
doing right
reason
now
why I
is
do my
explaining
thing
why
like
Pele
this,
is
yeah,
important to football, bro. He's trolling you, fam. You're falling for the troll. You're
no,
too late.
nah,
I always
but
tell you to drink water. He's trolling you, bro.
I've
Don't
been
worry
drinking
about it.
water, bro.
He's trolling you, fam. He's trolling you, bro. Don't let Sparks
Yeah,
troll
nah,
you. You
I
called it.
just
He
don't
hasn't
have the
answered your
vibes
chess
this one
challenge.
time,
Listen,
fam.
you shouldn't even respond because he's not even answered the chess challenge, bro. He's
Oh,
trolling you, fam.
slap yourself, Sparks. You should
Don't,
slap
bro. He's
yourself. You
trolling you,
gonna come
fam.
up in here talking about, oh
Why do you
yeah,
let? It's the
Pele.
31st of December, bro. You
Come
can't let
play
niggas troll
chess,
you
my
like this, fam.
bro.
He's trolling you,
Come,
bro.
let's play
Like,
chess, bro. This is nigga talking about, fam.
Wait. I didn't say he
I
wasn't
don't know.
important to football. I said, why is he the best? Because look at club level. He only played in Brazil
Nah, this
and the
nigga,
MLS.
fam.
That's where he scored most of his goals.
This nigga, come on.
Will,
Listen,
you about to have a
play chess with
debate
me
and the
one
guy's
time,
not
bro.
responding to the chess
Nah,
thing,
nah,
bro. It
nah,
doesn't
nah.
matter,
Let's
fam.
play
We
chess,
close in
bro.
the pod.
How this
We
nigga.
close in the pod.
I bet. We gonna close the pod, but this nigga, the
Brother,
hell nah. I can't have that, fam.
Sparks,
That shit can't run,
listen,
fam. Sparky,
stop trolling my guy,
My
bro.
brother. Sparky, don't do me like that, bro. Because I'm offering you to play chess right now on a Piers Morgan, Andrew Tate business here, and you don't want that, fam. You don't even want that smoke, fam. So what are you talking about? How do you want to versus my intellect on this
Oh,
football thing, and you don't even want to versus my intellect on the chess thing, fam? Nah, stop it, bro. Listen, Sparky, hold yourself, my brother. Hold yourself, fam. Because
this
listen,
has been
we all go through things, fam. But you don't gotta come and try to take it out here on the OnlyMans thing, fam. Because now we're not having that, bro. Sparky, don't play with me
no,
like that,
Will,
fam.
no. You running at him now, bro. Stop. He's trolling you, fam. He's just trolling you,
Sorry,
bro.
fam. I
He's
know,
trolling you,
fam.
fam.
I'm falling into that
He's
shit. I'm
trolling you,
falling into
bro.
that shit like a motherfucker, fam. I know, fam. Nah, but
It's the
Sparky, don't do me
31st of
like that,
December,
bro.
bro. It's the last day of 2022, fam. You can't let the last day niggas be trolling you like this shit, fam. You can't, bro. You
And
can't. This nigga trolling you,
nah,
fam.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah, yeah.
this has
Play
been.
the last one. Play the last one, and then we'll
Fuck's
go
sake.
from this, and then we'll
Hey,
do.
listen, I'll smoke you in chest. I already said it, bro. Your chess skills compares to
Don't
you beating our
listen.
15-year-olds. You're hard. Allow
Jesus
it.
Christ! Don't.
He trolling
You
you,
know
bro.
what?
Why
Yeah,
are
you
you
know what? Yeah, nah,
trolling?
you right, fam. He trolling, fam. Yeah. Accept the challenge, fam. There's gonna be a
Oh,
challenge next year, fam. We gonna get into this
oh,
shit right
fucking
here,
hell.
fam.
That's
But
funny. That's
today
so
we'll end it, fam. We'll end it. We'll dead it today, fam. We'll dead it today, fam.
Man says she
But
challenged 50 year
listen,
olds. You're hard.
don't listen. Yeah,
This nigga
now,
trolling. This nigga trolling. Ah, Spark, shout out to you,
yeah,
fam.
nah, he
Make
got
sure you
me, fam.
follow me and
That
follow Will
Sparks,
on this thing,
you're a
man.
real
That's
one,
funny,
fam.
bro. That's funny,
You're a
bro.
real funny
That's
guy,
really
fam. You're a real comedian, fam.
This
Sparks,
nigga
you're a real
trolling stereo,
comedian,
fam.
fam. Nah,
Sparks,
too hard,
it's New
fam.
Year's Eve, bro. Stop trolling
I
stereo, man. What's
know,
wrong with
innit?
you,
I
brother? What's
know,
wrong
bro.
with you?
Like, bro, go listen. Don't come on, man.
And I'm joking. I take
Don't.
that back. Pele's the best that ever been. May he
Nah.
rest in peace. He done so much for black people all over the world, for football all over the world.
What?
May he rest in
Well,
peace. Big legend.
why are you letting niggas troll you, bro? This has been episode 84
Bro,
of the OnlyMans
and
podcast. We closing it,
only
fam.
the
No,
only
stop
man's
responding to this
podcast
nigga,
is
bro.
the greatest, fam. This is the reason why, fam. This
Oh,
is why,
fucking
fam.
hell.
Yeah. Like end like that, fam. Yo, listen. Yeah, like you said, this has been the wickedest episode of all time.
Oh,
Man's back.
shit.
We did our thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah.
Yo, follow Will, follow myself, subscribe to the YouTube. This has
Amen.
been the OnlyMans podcast, episode 84 in this bitch. Yeah.
Out here, fam. Out here. We still out here,
Oh,
fam.
that's funny, bro. If we ever cut like TikTok clips and shit, bro, we have to just get Sparks trolling the shit out of you, fam. And me telling you to not let
Nah,
him troll
smug
you,
it.
but you getting trolled anyway. We have to cut that as a clip,
You
innit?
got nah. We're not gonna let that happen again, fam. Sparks, you know what time it is, fam. You see the chess game there laid out in front of you, fam. You don't want it, fam. You don't want it. You don't want that smoke, fam. It's cool, but we'll leave it as that, fam. We'll leave it as that.
My brother, it's always good
Uh-huh.
speaking to you. Thank you for making the
Oh,
time. I appreciate you, bro. I love you, bro. Going into this new
always love
year,
my
man.
bro.
More
Always love
blessings
my
for
bro.
you.
Hey,
More blessings for the fam. More. No, we're not
more
playing that nigga voice note,
prosperity.
fam. We're not doing that,
No,
bro. He
no, no,
trolling,
no.
fam.
The voice
We're not
notes is
doing.
over now, fam. Nah,
Okay, cool.
wait, is that the second one or the first one?
This is
Yeah,
like the
nah.
third one,
Either
bro. But
way,
he
fam.
trolling. It
Nah.
don't matter. It don't matter.
Either way, fam. Nah, Sparks.
What I'm saying
Don't
is
play
this,
with me
bro.
like
It's
that, fam.
just,
But anyways,
bro, having a heart to heart with you, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Listen.
sorry, he trolling, fam.
Then fucking don't respond, bro. He did, fam. It's
I'm
like sending
trying
for
to.
6ix9ine, my nigga. Why you not? Why, bruh, stop, bro.
I'm.
Stop, fam. You trolling you, bruh. Nigga having a full heart to heart last day of the fucking year. And this nigga say, nah, Sparks though. But brother, what the fuck, bro? I know you in real life, nigga. What you did? What the fuck you did, bro?
Nah, it's just this
Oh,
nigga attacking my heartstrings. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that. I don't fuck with that at all, fam.
Will,
I ain't accustomed
listen,
to that shit, fam.
broski, broski.
Uh,
It's been a fun year, man. It's been a very fun year of doing the pod with you. There's been ups, there's been downs. Round and
Nuts.
rounds. You know what I mean? There's been
Yeah,
a whole
yeah,
bunch of
the
shit,
nuts down.
and
Yeah.
it's a
All
it's a dope
directions.
journey. Do you get what I mean? It's a dope journey. I
Mm.
appreciate again you making the time as much as you make the time. I appreciate you coming and giving the energy and shit, even sometimes at your own detriment. You know what I mean? Like I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. I thank you for keeping this
Same
thing
to
alive.
you, my bro.
You
Like,
know what I
bro,
mean?
I'll say like this. I don't usually be saying things and shit. You know, what I'm saying like at the end of the shows because I just let you like run the. You know, what I'm saying the ending
Yeah.
of the shows. But I'll say it like this. I think the the greatest blessing that we have on this thing is yourself, my friend. Because if no, hear me. If there wasn't you, then I mean, yeah, this shit would have probably like might have fizzled out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But you're the driving force behind the shit. So as much as you say thank you to me at the end of every show, I feel like it's owed for you to get a thank you too, because like you're the one that drive the shit. So like, hey man, shout out to you, and I hope like the 2023 is prosperous and beautiful for you, man. I hope like a whole bunch of shit is unlocked for you and opened for you, and I hope that like a bunch of the shit that you might have thought is frozen or closed to you, it also opens, fam. You know what I'm
Yeah, man.
saying?
Nah,
Yeah.
love, man. Big love for that, bro. Like, legit. Like, I appreciate that. I'm trying to take compliments better. You know what I mean? So, thank you, man. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. I do appreciate that, man. And
You know the wickedest thing is I don't even gotta say it. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
yeah, man. We just gotta keep going in it.
All that shit I said is coming. It's
Yeah,
coming.
man. We just
It's right there. It's
yeah,
right there, fam.
for real. Nah, for
So
real.
yeah,
You're right, man.
nah.
You're right, man. And I think that right there is the note to end it on, man. It's right there.
Yeah,
It's
that's the one right there. Not
pause. You know
Sparks.
what I mean?
Fuck out of here, my nigga.
Yo,
It's love
listen.
still, but fuck out of here, my nigga.
Now, big love, but fuck out here, bro. You know what I mean? Nah, make sure you tune in. It was next week, man. And yeah, man. We'll God sparing life and shit. We'll be here again. You get me, broski? Until we speak again. Big love,
My brother. Big
my
love
brother.
every
In our
time.
real life, is it? In our real life, brother, is it? You know what I mean?
Man, in the Matrix, in our real life, in a this, that, fam, it's the same way, fam.
Yeah,
Big love,
trust
my
me.
brother.
Big love, bro. Big respect to all the people that listen in this year. We love y'all. Stay tuned with us next
Shout
year.
out to y'all.
OnlyMans podcast. We go in even harder. Episode
Yeah, me.
85, 2023. Make sure you fucking there, you bitch ass
Man,
niggas. Nah,
listen.
we love y'all in
Wait,
it.
what day will that be?
Bro, we
Are
haven't
we
decided the
doing
day
like
yet,
on the
fam.
first day?
Bro, nah.
Yeah, I guess
Bro,
not the first day.
That's
Yeah,
this
I'm
week,
be
bro.
fucked up.
That's
I ain't gonna
Sunday, fam. What
lie
you
to you.
talking about, bro? That's
Yeah,
the
no,
first day is tomorrow.
I'm saying
What you
I'm be
talking
fucked
about,
up.
bro? It's New Year's Eve,
Yeah, no,
fam.
I'm be fucked up, fam. I was about to
Let
say,
me
like, if we
close
turn into
the
the
podcast, but
no, why would you close the pod? Nah, we still talking, my nigga. What is you talking about? What the fuck? Yeah, nah, we still here. What? This niggas, let me close the podcast.
oh,
Nah, open that shit one more again, fam. Some niggas
this
talking
guy.
about let me close that shit, fam. Nah,
Nah,
man. Let
I'm gonna let you and Spark start your own pod in it. You know what I mean? 2023,
Yeah,
y'all
you
can
know
start your
what?
own
Yeah,
chess
Sparks,
podcast
where
together.
you at, my bro? We going by the talk, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Nah, I think you followed the thing in it. So yeah, man, I follow you back on there. But yeah, tune in
I
with us,
bet.
yeah,
I
for the
bet. Yeah,
fifth or
nah. Hey.
sixth time, yeah. Bro, shut up, bro. Shut up, bro. For the fifth or sixth Rastafari time, it's episode 84 of the Only Man's podcast, and nowhere else are you gonna get this shit. Tune in with us. Will,
Hell
I
no.
love you, bro. You fucking make me laugh,
Love
my
my
nigga.
bro.
We'll
Yeah,
speak
nah,
soon, yeah?
hey, listen, we will speak very soon, fam. It will even probably be the end of the year before we speak, my nigga.
I
Unlike
hear that.
these
I
Sparks
hear that.
niggas and all them niggas, you know what I'm saying?
All right, man. Peace.
Peace.